Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I would like to introduce the board members and staff at this time. On my far left is Carmen Ramirez of Atwater. Sitting next to Carmen is John Constantino of Grass Valley. And sitting on between John and myself is Jenny Lester Moffett of Davis. On my right is Sandra Meraz of Alpaugh. My name is Carl Longley of Fresno. I'll now introduce the Executive Officer, Pamela Creedon, who will introduce her staff.
Thank you, Dr. Longley. To my far left is Karen Lanfranchi-Rizardi, Executive Assistant to the Board. And to Karen's right is Ken Landau, Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office. And to my immediate left is Alex Mayer, Staff Counsel for the Board. In the audience, we have Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer from Fresno, and Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer from our Reading office, and a number of other staff in the room. Thank you. Oh, and I should point out Richard Lankarvich is not here because he's downtown at CDFA today on the digester meetings going on.
Oh, very good. That's an important meeting also. John, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner, we will be proceeding in accordance with the meeting procedures that have been provided with a summary agenda and are also available here at the staff table and upon request. And they are posted on the board's website and are summarized on the computer screens during the breaks. Any questions or comments regarding these procedures may be directed to Kieran Lanfranchi-Rizardi, our administrative assistant, sitting over here at the staff table to my right. We'll move to agenda item 3. Do board members have any communications?
Yes. I met with Mike and Jennifer of the San Joaquin Valley group on February 18th, and I believe that ex parte notice has been posted with the details.
Good. Any other? Yes.
I do. I participated in a similar meeting with Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Wakeman in my office in Merced, and those details are also online already.
Thank you. Any other comments? Then we'll go to item 4 on the agenda. Your Honor, no attendance cards. Good. Move on to agenda item 5. This is the time and place for a public hearing to accept testimony regarding adoption of general waste discharge requirements for members of a third-party group in the San Joaquin County and Delta area. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do. Thank you. Following the staff presentation, the total time allowed for testimony is as follows. San Joaquin County and Delta Area Coalition, 40 minutes. California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, 10 minutes. Each group will be allowed an additional 5 minutes for closing statements. Legislative representatives will then be allowed 5 minutes to speak. All other persons are interested parties and shall limit their testimony to 3 minutes. Additional time, of course, may be requested from the chair, and a timer will be used. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. Counsel, do you have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Yes, I have one issue regarding 3 late comment letters that we received after the comment period deadline. And I'm going to recommend that the chair exclude these late comment letters consistent with the practice that we've been following with the Irrigated Lands program so far. the three letters were, one letter was submitted by Congressman Jeff Denham, and another one was submitted by the California Association of RCDs, Resource Conservation Districts, and the third letter was submitted by Mr. Bud Hoekstra. And all of these letters include policy statements regarding the proposed order, and upon receipt we informed the authors that the board, the chair would be making a ruling at the hearing, but advised them that if they wanted to attend the meeting and make their policy statements orally, they could do so, but that it would be likely that the letters could be excluded from the record, and that's my recommendation for all three letters is to exclude those from the record, and that would be consistent with the prior practice for the Irrigated Lands Program.
And you and I have discussed this, and that is my ruling, following your recommendation.
Dr. Longley,
Yes.
are those persons here? Is someone from Denham's office here? And I mean, are those people here to sort of narrate what was in their letter? Do we know, Alex?
I don't know. I can't tell, but it doesn't appear so.
And we don't know if they might come in later. Okay, with that, we'll begin testimony by staff.
Good morning, Chair Longley, members of the board. My name is Chris Jimerson. I'm an environmental scientist for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I have taken the oath. Today, I will be presenting about 22 slides covering an overview of the San Joaquin County and Delta area waste discharge requirements proposed for adoption. For simplicity, I will refer to the proposed San Joaquin Delta order in this presentation as proposed order or order. The agenda material includes a proposed order, comments received, and staff response to comments. In addition, you have been provided with a late revision. I'll first briefly review the process we've gone through to get to this point. The administrative draft order was released August 13th. There was an opportunity to provide written comments during the public review period, as well as during the October 3rd workshop. Staff then revised the order based on public input and board direction. The tentative order was then released on December 16th, and was revised following another round of public review and comments. Next, I'll provide an overview of the key components of the order, then summarize main changes from the administrative draft we discussed in October. After that, I'll briefly go over the comments received and staff responses to comments. So looking at the map, the red outline surrounds the area proposed under this order. For reference, Stockton is shown in the center of the map. The order area is formed by a mix of county lines and subwatersheds, including all of San Joaquin County and portions of 6 other counties. And those are Alameda, Contra Costa, Calaveras, Amador, Alpine, and Stanislaus counties. There are about 6,000 growers to be regulated and over 500,000 irrigated acres in the order area. There is little agricultural land found beyond the foothills, and most of the agriculture is found in the center of the third-party area. The order area contains more than half the legal delta, as shown here in the purple outline. The delta, of course, has abundant agriculture where a significant portion is protected by levees that form many of the islands, many of which in the central delta are at or below sea level. The order considered for adoption today is similar to the previous adopted IRLP orders that protect both surface water and groundwater quality. Members of the third-party area are accountable in a number of ways. They must meet farm management performance standards. They must meet receiving water limitations to protect beneficial uses. And they must prepare plans and reports to describe what they are doing to protect water quality. Rather than requiring extensive monitoring at every farm, a representative monitoring approach is used in combination with extensive collection of information on management practices. The third party monitors and assesses water quality conditions using locations representative of land use and management practices. Likewise, the management practices evaluation program for groundwater quality may use site conditions in one area to be representative of other areas with similar conditions. This order requires the collection and evaluation of comprehensive management practice and water quality information by the third party. Evaluation of this information, in combination with studies conducted by the third party, will inform the regional board of where management practices need to be improved and which practices are effective at protecting water quality. The collected information will help identify priority areas, which are high or low vulnerability areas. These designations will drive member requirements with greater emphasis for the high vulnerability areas. As a whole, the order's requirements provide an enforceable regulatory structure to protect water quality. In the next few slides, I'll review revisions that have been made to the order since our workshop back in October. The order allows for more than one third party to operate in the order's area. Language in the order has been modified. The language in the order area has been modified to include a possibility that multiple third parties may represent members. And in response to requests from the San Joaquin County Delta Coalition, we also removed the small and large farm distinction from the order to streamline the third party's data collection efforts. Now with the distinction removed, there's going to be no need to track farming operation size, which should save some administrative costs. Similar to provisions adopted in other ILRP orders, the annual membership list includes identification of members who have failed to comply with the key provisions of the order if the third-party group is aware of the compliance failure. We'll touch on this issue in greater detail in our response to comments. We made other revisions as well that are similar to the provisions in the recently adopted Western San Joaquin River Watershed Order. For instance, the receiving water limitations were clarified with respect to the compliance time schedule. We also addressed a number of issues concerning wetlands. We changed how the acres of irrigated lands are counted to exclude upland habitat. This will reduce the acres counted towards the state fee. We also changed the reporting requirements for managed wetlands. First, we removed the requirement for a nitrogen management plan in wetlands because managed wetlands do not apply fertilizer. And since the farm evaluation template would not work for managed wetlands, the order allows a managed wetland evaluation template to be developed by the third party. A similar concern was raised regarding the sediment and erosion control plan specific to wetlands. If necessary, a template specific to wetlands can be developed to address the unique features of managed wetlands. We also added information about the costs and impact of direct regulation of farmers and individual monitoring in the order area. Direct regulation of farmers was described in the program EIR and is an option under the individual order adopted by the board in July 2013. In the information sheet, we provided further description of the surface and groundwater management plan process, and we provided more discussion of the potential water quality impact to wetlands. Prompted by comments regarding representative monitoring, we included a map with land use near surface water monitoring sites and added language that supports the concept of representative monitoring. Areas that are represented by the monitoring have similar crop characteristics as the areas in unmonitored sites. Therefore, it's reasonable to use the results to draw conclusions regarding water quality impacts in areas with similar crops and practices where monitoring is not taking place. We also wanted to add more information regarding the importance of agriculture to the local economy. So we added language further describing how much the communities depend on agriculture for employment. And finally, we added a couple of tables, one of which summarizes the purpose and intent of reporting requirements with cross-reference to page numbers in the information sheet. The other table lists the third party and member deliverables and due dates. And lastly, regarding the revisions, we also made a number of other edits to fix minor errors where they were appropriate, including consistency with the other adopted irrigated lands orders. Now that I'm finished with outlining some of the revisions we made, We will look at some of the comments received during the public comment period. Greater detail of the written responses to comments received are available in your agenda package. I will briefly summarize the comments followed by the staff response, which is indicated by a star in italics. Multiple commenters mentioned that costs were too high and unreasonable. I want to point out that throughout the process of developing this order, we have made adjustments to minimize costs while having the task to balance those costs with the board's need to have information to evaluate compliance with the order. Staff believes that the evidence we provided throughout the process demonstrates the costs of monitoring and reporting are reasonable and balanced. No data has been provided by commenters to substantiate their claims. Continuing with comments regarding costs, the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, or CSPA, has suggested that we should require individual farm monitoring, and we did not demonstrate that such monitoring would be an unreasonable cost burden. In response, we added information on the potential impacts on agriculture production on jobs with the individual monitoring, direct reporting, regulatory approach. The additional cost would be over 50% per acre more than the costs associated in the proposed order. We also received many comments from CSPA that seemed to primarily focus on what they saw as a fundamental problem, that receiving water monitoring was not sufficient to meet legal requirements and that only farm-specific monitoring would be adequate to meet those requirements. In response, the receiving water monitoring is extensive in terms of the number of constituents analyzed, the number of sampling events, and number of monitoring stations. The land use surrounding monitoring sites is similar to land use further from the representative sampling sites. The representative monitoring program required by the previous waiver has already identified many of the major surface water quality problems, having triggered multiple management plans for a number of constituents. Although not universally positive, many of the general water quality trends suggest there have been improvements in water quality. To be clear, the surface water monitoring in the proposed order is not identical to the previous monitoring. We worked with the coalition to improve the monitoring design to get more value out of the information collected while containing costs. Although field-specific monitoring can and likely will have a place under this order, it is important to note that critical water quality issues can be missed with a field discharge monitoring only program. In a field-specific monitoring program, some constituent pathways to receiving water will be missed, like, for example, aerial drift of pesticides. One of the benefits of the approach in the order is that improved practices must be implemented in the whole area represented by a monitoring site. Even if a problem identified from a specific event may only be caused by a few growers, all growers who could be contributing to that type of problem must examine whether their practices need to be improved. It is also important to note that the order does not rely on monitoring alone to determine compliance. Monitoring information combined with management practice information submitted by third-party members and inspections conducted by the board will allow the board to determine compliance. Staff therefore disagrees with CSPA's assertions regarding program deficiencies and that the only remedy is a more costly individual monitoring and reporting approach. In addition to the monitoring comments we received, we also got comments from the San Joaquin County Farm Bureau on whether it's necessary for the third-party members to certify the nitrogen management plan. In response, I would like to mention that certification is only required in high vulnerability areas. Staff believes that the certification process is necessary because having a plan prepared and certified by an individual with specialized training serves as an important step in ensuring appropriate practices are implemented to protect water quality. There will be an opportunity for growers to self-certify their plan. A trained third party with approved certification credentials or member who has received training to self-certify provides additional assurance that the nitrogen management plan is both accurate and of high quality. Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my supervisor, Joe Karkoski. He will continue with the presentation regarding other comments that we received.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Joe Karkoski, and I'm the program manager for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I have taken the oath. Today, I will discuss a couple of issues that were raised by multiple commenters and will likely be emphasized by interested parties speaking after me. We received objections to the grower annual reporting requirement because it's thought to be excessive and will report duplicative information each year, especially for permanent crops such as alfalfa and wine grapes. Staff would like to point out that the annual reporting is only required in high vulnerability areas where there are known water quality impacts or identified threat to water quality. These are areas where action must be taken to protect water quality, whether the crop that might be contributing to the problem is a permanent crop or annual crop. Keep in mind there's a trade-off here. Instead of requiring a more costly and a more extensive water quality monitoring program, we're going to use the management practice information to help us evaluate progress in addressing water quality problems. Absent that information or getting incomplete information, we would have difficulty in evaluating compliance with the order. In addition, the order already addresses concerns about submitting duplicative information by allowing the executive officer to reduce the submittal frequency after June 2018 if the practices being implemented are demonstrated to be sufficient to meet receiving water limitations. As an alternative to annual reporting, the commenters proposed an approach to collect 20% of the farm evaluations each year over a 5-year period rather than annually. We do not agree with this proposal. Essentially, this proposal eliminates the difference between high and low vulnerability areas, suggesting that it is of little importance as to whether changes are being made in areas most vulnerable or already impacted. The proposal removes any meaningful requirement on the grower, since the obligation is now on the third party to report and not on the grower to prepare a farm evaluation by any specific date. Finally, this greatly reduced reporting proposal substantially weakens the board's ability to evaluate whether needed changes are occurring. We would essentially be getting 2 complete sets of data every decade for the areas that are identified as high vulnerability. We received comments from multiple parties concerning the annual membership list submittal and opposition to identifying members to the board who are not complying with the order. The concern is that such reporting would fundamentally undermine the traditional role of the Resource Conservation District by putting the RCD in a regulatory or enforcement role. In response, the third-party group is not being asked to serve in a regulatory capacity or conduct enforcement. The third party is not being asked to impose any regulatory requirements or take any punitive action. However, the third party is being asked to provide information it has regarding member compliance. This has been a responsibility included in all of the other third-party group orders adopted by the board. With this information, the board can then fulfill its role as the regulator by determining the appropriate next step to bring the member into compliance, either making sure they comply with the third-party order or regulating the grower directly through the order for individual growers. The proposal from the commenters is to identify members in its list submittal who are in good standing and those dropped for good cause. The board could then figure out who was dropped for other reasons by making comparisons to the previous year's list. This proposal actually puts the third party in more of a regulatory role than the staff proposal. The third party would be taking punitive action, dropping a member, based on its judgment as to whether the offense is severe enough to drop the member. The board would not know what the offense was or its severity, making it difficult to determine the next steps to bring the dropped member into compliance. The board would need to conduct further investigations to gather information already held by the third-party group, requiring more effort and greater costs. If significant enough, the greater effort and cost may be passed on to growers through increased program fees. Staff does not agree with the recommended proposal and believes the language should remain as is, which is consistent with all other irrigated lands orders adopted by the board. Lastly, we made a minor revision to page 3 of the response to comments. You have that late revision, I believe. So in summary, this order would regulate approximately 6,000 growers and 582,000 acres, including half of the legal delta. The order also provides a balance between required regulatory compliance and cost of reporting. We also drafted the order to be adaptable to changing water quality conditions according to what the data tell us. We can collect more information if needed or reduce reporting burdens as justified. And finally, this order meets the requirements of the applicable basin plans, the anti-degradation policy, and other board policies. Therefore, staff recommends adoption of the order and the late revision. At this time, I would like to submit this presentation, the agenda package, and the associated board files into the record. This concludes the presentation, and staff are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joe,
You're welcome.
for the presentation by you and your staff. Any questions, members? Yes, John?
Joe, Chris, thank you for the presentation. A couple of follow-ups. First question, what's the percentage in this area of high vulnerable areas?
Well, we're not going to know that until they conduct their groundwater quality assessment report. So after that's done, we'll have a better sense of the percentage of the high vulnerability area. Okay. And that's on the groundwater side. On the surface water side, high vulnerability areas are those areas that have surface water quality management plans associated with them. So that, I wouldn't know the percentage off the top of my head, but it'd be a significant amount of the area.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because several staff responses to comments had to do with the distinction between high and low vulnerability, and
right.
It seems like that's something we might have a general idea of, even though I don't, so.
Well, yeah, so if you're asking for sort of a rough guess.
Okay, there you go, rough guess.
Yeah, I would say between the surface water quality management plan areas and the groundwater areas, it would probably roughly be about half, at least. I mean, one of the things we could do, maybe I saw Mike Johnson, who's the technical consultant for the coalition. He may have a better sense of that off the top of his head, because a lot of that is based on the watershed area associated with the surface water quality problems we've already identified. And some of those are clearly associated with ag, and others we still need to investigate in terms of whether there's an irrigated ag source. So there's some sort of uncertainty even where we have the surface water quality management plans.
Okay, and I'm sure they could probably speak to that when they come up. So one of the questions that sort of was bounced around and was under your category versus Chris's, I think, was the reporting, the executive officer discretion starting in 2018. Mm-hmm. Why 2018? Give me a little more background as to what the magic time frame is for waiting until that time to make that ability, that distinction.
Yeah, there are a couple things. One is, to evaluate any sort of trends, you need some certain amount of data. So what this would allow for is for those high vulnerability areas, we should have essentially 4 years of complete information, and be able to evaluate that management practice information relative to the water quality information to see if we could make any sort of determination as to whether the practices being put in place appear to be protective of water quality. The other thing to consider is we have the management practice evaluation program, which we've talked about quite a bit in previous orders. And as a reminder, that management practice evaluation program won't actually be in place for a couple of years following adoption of the order. So the first step is the groundwater quality assessment report. So that identifies the high vulnerability areas. And then there's a time allowed to prepare a work plan for the management practice evaluation program. So then you're getting into like 2 years from now. And then you actually have to conduct some of the studies. So we probably won't be getting data from those studies until, say, year 3 or 4. So it's kind of hard to, even if we're getting the management practice information, we're not going to have all of the water quality data. But again, it's not, there's nothing particularly, I mean, it's a judgment call, whether you wait 3 or 4 years before the board gives the executive officer discretion to reduce reporting. But it just seems, based on looking at the order as a whole and the information we're getting, we're not going to have a lot of information after year 1 or 2. And even year 3, you have a little more, but year 4 actually we should have a couple years of data from the management practice evaluation program. We'll certainly have more data from the surface water monitoring program, and we should have some information from the trend monitoring.
Okay. And then the question about large and small not having the distinction in this order, that will be different than other orders, right?
Right.
And so one of the things we've tried to achieve is consistency across the orders, right? And some of what we do is we're doing it, in fact, one of your slides was so that we have consistency. And I just want to ask you, how do we reconcile that on this particular issue, inconsistency is okay, whereas we're trying to be consistent and everything else? Is it solely because they asked for it, or
Yeah, I think on that particular issue, recalling where it came from originally was it was mostly when we were going through the hearings in the Tulare Lake area, and we had folks from the agricultural community there saying that making that distinction was really important to them, and providing that additional time was really important to them. So it wasn't, from a staff perspective, we thought it was an important policy issue per se. It was more sort of from the perspective of those folks, it seemed like they felt to more effectively administer the order, making that distinction was important, and we provided information showing that, yeah, there are about 2/3 of the growers farming about 5 or 6% of the land. So from a water quality perspective, it seemed okay to have that sort of delay. So in this case, and also we'll hear about it with the Sac Watershed, or you heard about it in Calusa, they felt that trade-off in terms of administrative efficiency wasn't to their benefit. Right, that making that distinction would make things more difficult, because you're tracking farm operation size, which isn't necessarily always clear from who's a member. Now, since you raised the issue, that's actually, and I'm sure it's going to be talked about in terms of the challenge of processing these farm evaluations. If we went back to that distinction, that would give an extra couple of years to process the farm evaluations for 2/3 of the growers. So again, from sort of the staff perspective, that would have been an okay way to go, and it's also okay from our perspective to go with not having the distinction. What's not okay is eliminating the distinction and then sort of saying, well, now we've got too much to do, so we only can give you 20% of these farm evaluations in the high vulnerability area every year.
Okay, thanks. And then on the same theme of consistency, I noticed we talked about the wetlands,
Yes.
and we figured out a couple of fixes for that. How do we go back to the other orders that have wetlands, or do we? And so we're not always constantly updating these things?
Well, I think the truthful answer is that At some point, we will need to, and I'm assuming we'll do this after the state board petition process and any litigation, we'll probably want to go through and see, kind of clean up the various orders and, you know, make them consistent where they need to be. But on the wetland issue in particular, it came up with the western San Joaquin, because there are a lot of managed wetlands there. And it's also come up in the Sac watershed because there are you know, a number of wetlands there. Now the Delta does also have not just wetlands now, but potentially, depending on what happens with you know, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, there could be more managed wetlands. So it's appropriate to have those distinctions in those orders. In the other areas, that is not as big of an issue. You don't have as much managed wetlands. So even some of the managed wetlands that were on the east side, they're geographically on the east side of the San Joaquin, they're functionally part of the western San Joaquin order.
Okay. And then,
Could I just interrupt there for a moment? I think this whole issue of managed wetlands is going to be one that we're going to have to continue to discuss. I've been convinced that the way that we were handling managed wetlands in the early orders, the surface water only orders they weren't orders, they were waivers, but was not necessarily the way that we should continue to go. And I think we have to look at that very closely, and it's going to be one of those items I think that we come back to after, as Joe said, after we get through the total process with the state board, and work with the coalitions and see the best way to address Westlaw. I think the step we're making in this order is in the right direction. But as you point out, in the Delta, we in the future could have thousands of acres of additional wetlands in the future. And certainly it's going to be a very important question for water quality for a number of reasons.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about this with the SAC watershed order, but we have the executive officer, assistant executive officer, myself and staff have met with the wetland manager since we last had our meeting in Los Banos, and they've formed a small work group that's going to work with staff, and we're going to explore the different options because, you know, a lot of that is frankly a cost driver, and we don't want to assume that there's sort of a less costly alternative and plunge in that direction without examining it closely. So we are working with them.
Thank you for raising the question, John, because this is an important issue.
great. So the slate notice, just from a process point of view, when does this get up to on the web? Was this up yesterday?
No, we
Have the stakeholders seen it?
yeah, I emailed it to the coalition leads, and then there are copies that are out on the table there, so as people came.
Okay, I just was curious.
Yeah.
And then the issue of enforcement. We discussed it after my meeting. We had a discussion. I don't have a question now. I want to kind of hear where this goes, and then maybe have some discussion afterwards. And then my last point is one of the slides, as a response to comment, said that stakeholders didn't provide cost data to substantiate the fact that it's going to cost more money or an excessive amount of money to do the reporting. Just trying to think about that. I mean, we're saying that because something that's new and they haven't done it yet, and they don't know how much it's going to cost. I don't know if that's a reason to argue that their argument that it's going to cost money just because they haven't produced data yet. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and maybe it didn't come across well. We're not arguing it's not going to cost more money. It's certainly going to cost more than the current program. There's no doubt about that. We've done, you know, all we can to try to minimize those costs while adding what is a significant component to the order. So if that came across incorrectly, I apologize. We have developed cost estimates. You know, they show there are higher costs. I think what we were disputing was the characterization of there being excessive costs, you know, that sort of thing, or unreasonable. and without some demonstration of why they're unreasonable or excessive. I think, the nature of adopting these new orders and adding groundwater, there are going to be some additional costs associated with that.
Sure, and I think we've talked about that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Is there or should there be, and maybe this is a point for the board to discuss later, and I can't remember if we've discussed it in the past, the idea that at some future point we get a report back to the board about what the costs actually were, or once these reports start happening, is there any mechanism for the actual cost of the program to be reported back? Are we going to collect that data? And I mean, I know it's obviously years down the road, but I don't want to. I don't want to leave that just hanging out there. That we think there's a cost, they think it's something else, and then at some future point, I think we should at least see where it ended up.
Yeah, and certainly, when you look at the requirements we have requirements that the third party report their revenues and expenditures to their members. So that's going to be one of their responsibilities. We're not requiring them to report it to us per se, but they'll have that data available. The tricky part, I think, will be trying to determine the grower cost, because when we've been looking at the kinds of practices a grower might implement in response to the order, they're consistent with practices a grower might implement for many other reasons. So, for example, we're in the middle of a drought. So if somebody puts in drip irrigation next year, are we going to say, well, that's because of us, because we adopted this new order, or is it because, there's not a lot of water? So I think we'll certainly be able to look at the administrative aspects, because the coalition will be collecting that data, and we'll be able to see how practices have changed. But how much of that sort of cost would we attribute to this order versus some other reasons will be a little more challenging.
Okay, thank you.
I think at the panel we'll have at the meeting at the end of this month, we can discuss some of those cost issues. They're going to be talking about water management and those and fertilizer management, nutrient management, and it is a panel of experts. Certainly, we will be able to delve into that to some depth. Any further questions? Carmen.
And I appreciate your last clarification on the comment on slide 11, where in response to concerns that costs were unreasonable, staff's response was no data was presented to substantiate the claims. I sort of marked that off too, because I thought, well, that's not really a valid reason to say, well, we're not taking that into consideration. So I appreciate that that was clarified. I just kind of want to put out there that I feel differently about this program than when I did at the beginning. I still think it's a very important program, and I think it has to happen. But given the severity of the water shortage, and how a lot of growers don't know if they're going to get any water, a little bit of water. I mean, they can't count on water distribution, but yet they can count on kind of an increased cost of doing business because of this. So, it's hard to balance the importance of this project, or this program, which is really high, given that if we have less water and there's a lot of constituents dropping into it, that's going to deteriorate the water quality faster. So I'm sympathetic to that. On the other hand, I think that cost and the impacts of the cost are kind of probably higher on my list than maybe they were at the beginning. So I kind of just want to put that out there. I like staff's response to the CSPA comments about how individual farms is the way to go. I think that for the same reason, including cost, I think that staff's response is right on, and I think that that's a strong way to respond and a good place to stay. One of the things that came out of the meeting I had with Mr. Rodriguez was that it's going to be expensive, especially for people that have unusual crops, that don't have sort of anybody else to link up with the kind of crops that they grow. So I'm going to be interested to see how that works out in the future. So I guess I just kind of wanted to put it out there. It's been troubling me for a while, and I would expect that that's going to be addressed here by some of the members of the public. And I just kind of appreciate, that staff has an eye towards sort of the practical implications and economic implications that are going on because of this drought. So whatever accommodations can be made, as long as they're taken seriously and considered, that's all I ask. So thank you.
Any further questions?
I had one brief comment.
Yes, go ahead, Alex.
If that's it, before we move on to the panel. And just a minor clarification of the staff proposal is for the board to approve the proposed order. But in terms of the late revisions to the response to comments document, that's the proposal is not that the board adopt the revisions to the response to comments. That's a staff level document. So when it comes to the final vote, I just wanted to make that clear for the record that these late revisions have already been made and they don't need to be approved by the board. We're just providing this to the public for information purposes.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
We're ready now for testimony by the San Joaquin County and Delta Area Coalition.
I need you to put on your microphone, please.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Spalletta. I'm legal counsel to San Joaquin County and Delta Coalition, which is operated by the San Joaquin County Resource Conservation District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments this morning on this order. Before we get started, I wanted to just take a minute to say thank you to the board members and to your staff and to all of our constituents in the audience today, because it has been a long haul. We're one of the last orders to be adopted here, and your patience and your staff's diligence in communicating with us is very much appreciated. There have been difficult issues along the way. This is a very difficult order for farmers to grasp because of its scope and its cost, and frankly an invasion into what they previously have not had to do with respect to their operations. So we appreciate what the board members have done with their time and their dedication and their patience. And I think what you're going to see today is that there have been a lot of changes to these orders over the last couple years because your staff and you have been responsive to the concerns of the regulated community, and we appreciate those changes. And really what we have left to talk about today are a few policy issues where we have reached a point where we've had very good discussions with staff, and we have decided to agree to disagree and come to you today with our best arguments for why it should be changed in the order. But after we leave here today, we know there will be an order that's adopted, and we are looking forward to the future as well. And I think some of you have raised good issues today which are important, and that's that after we adopt this order, it's the implementation of the order that's going to be critical. I mean, we're doing this because we want to make a difference, and there's going to be a lot of bills sent out and paid by our members. We want to make sure that that money is well spent, and it goes to identifying and solving water quality problems, not to pushing paperwork around. And you're going to hear that theme very much in our comments this morning. I'm going to briefly overview the issues we'd like to address today and then turn over the microphone to Mike Wakeman and to Jack Ham so that they can provide a few comments to you. There are three main issues that we want to address. The first is the frequency of farm evaluations for growers in high vulnerability areas. The second is the frequency of attendance at outreach events. and the third is the enforcement role of the RCD. There is also one other issue that's not in our PowerPoint that Tess Denham was kind enough to point out to me, and that is that in the information sheet for our order, there is a discussion regarding setting water quality objectives where the language in that information sheet is contrary to the legal requirements. And she has made comments on this issue before in the scope of other WDRs, and I believe it's set to be changed in the Rice order. We'd like to make sure that that correction is made to our information sheet as well. And I know that she has graciously agreed to come up and explain that during the public comment period.
Jennifer,
Yes.
is this news to our staff?
No, they know.
Okay.
It's been pointed out to Joe.
All right.
So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mike.
Good morning, board members. I guess what I would like to do is maybe address a couple questions that were brought up during the presentation of staff, and one of them was the percentage of area that is a vulnerable area. As we look at our surface water and our groundwater area, we believe that probably about 75% of the irrigated acre area is going to be a vulnerable area, and that is different than the broad number that you saw the staff presentation of the total area. I'm talking about surface water, irrigated acred areas. So we're looking about 75%, probably at least, is going to be in some type of vulnerable area, whether it is groundwater or it is a surface water area. So, I mean, that's an off-the-head guess of what we're looking at. So it is quite a bit of the irrigated acres within our coalition. So with that, I'd like to just go through our farmer evaluation plans and our concerns. Within the order, it is currently stated that farm evaluation plans have to be submitted every year. And then the EO has the ability after 2018 to modify and not have a frequency of those orders. One of the things that we're seeing, and I actually brought one of the templates for the farm evaluation plans with me, and you know, as I was sitting there, I was thinking maybe I should have gone through one, even like on our property, to show you some of the things that are pretty consistent and constant in the farm evaluation plan for growers who are a multiple or not an annual crop. More of those guys like alfalfa, trees, vines, and stuff, who are going to have very consistent management practices in the way of your irrigation. Like one of the questions we have in here is about irrigation and do you have drip system? Well, if a grower has a drip system, more than likely he is not going to switch out of that. So why do we have to keep going back every year and asking them again and again, do you have drip? Do you have drip? More than likely, once you put the $10,000, $15,000 an acre investment into putting drip systems into your vineyard, you're going to keep it there. All right, it's not going to change for 20 years. Even in alfalfa, and I bring up alfalfa because it is a 5-year, even sometimes 6-year crop, 4, 5, 6-year rotation. You're going to have flood irrigation. You're not going to change that much. Even if you rotate out of that, you are still going to have flood irrigation more than likely. And one of the things that we're asking, we asked for a 5-year submittal, but another thing we said, okay, in the spirit of compromise, let's give the EO discretion after the first year of submitting to be able to do that. And you know, it's not easy to convince your staff, Pamela and Joe, to change that. It's going to be on us to provide them with information, of showing them why after that first year, we don't need that constant evaluation going out to some of these growers. One of the things that Jennifer and I were just sitting down talking about, one thing we're going to add in the farm evaluation plan is a simple question. Do you expect this practice to change over the next 3 years? And for a grower like in grapes or those type of things, it is a simple question. They'll say no. And our solution is then we can take those growers who say these practices aren't going to change over the next 3 years, pull them out, and not have to go back with them on the farm evaluation plan.
Mike, I hear what you're saying, but I think that, well, what I'm hearing also is that there's going to have to be, if we continue in this drought, there's going to be a significant change in the amount of of permanent crops, maybe on the order of 1 million acres or more. And so I would suspect that, and we don't know what the weather's going to be, we could have gully washers next year.
Yeah.
Or we could continue for 10 more years like this. And, but with that uncertainty, certainly I would think that the grower should also be required to submit if there is a change in practice.
That could be a solution, that they certify that if they have a change in their practice, then they certify that they have to submit that practice form.
In other words,
Our concern, let me address that real quick. Our concern, of course, is from an administrative standpoint,
right,
type of things of constantly having these farm evaluation plans that are being submitted every year.
yeah,
and
just
we
as
feel that,
yeah, just as a follow-up, I see a lot of almonds being pulled out now. So
yeah, but also too, you got to realize we're a little bit different in our coalition than
Right.
in a lot of the other areas. Our water supply is a little bit more stable than anything south of us. We do have some areas that are not as stable, but our water supply is in a little bit better situation due to our proximity to where we are. And I don't think you're going to see a lot of.
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting, but I guess what I'm saying is grower certifies this year, things change next year. They change their crops. Even though there's a huge capital investment there, for one reason or another, they change their crops. I think at that point in time, they also should resubmit because they're changing their practices.
Yeah, but that's fine, and I think we can deal with that. Is what I'm
Okay.
saying. I think there's provisions in there that we could deal with those guys who are changing their crops. And most of the time, if they're pulling out a permanent crop, usually they're looking down the road 2, 3, 4 years. I know when we're doing investments in our grapes and stuff, we have to plan and budget for it 2, 3, 4 years down the road to have the capital ability to either pull it out and put something new in, or else, invest in those type of irrigation systems, because it is a large investment when you are moving from things to, from like flood irrigation to drip irrigation, or even in putting in return systems, even on some of your furrow and flood stuff. I mean, it is not a cheap investment on some of this stuff. So you do have to plan and budget out over the years. And so I guess we're saying is that if we can modify the farm evaluation plan, it cuts down our administrative expenses, and it cuts down on the expense of the cost of the program. And you guys were talking about cost and how cost goes forward. And you got to realize that a lot of times our costs in agriculture, a lot of the stuff it's part of growing the business. This you're talking, right? Currently, we have about $1.2 million being taken out of San Joaquin County to deal with this program. Basically, you're removing $1.2 million out of agriculture. We are expecting this program to cost us as a coalition, just administratively. This doesn't include the state increase in fees that keep going up. We just got a $250,000 bill for state fees for the program. We're looking at doubling our costs administratively. So you're looking at another, we're looking at $2.5–3 million coming directly out of agriculture, in agriculture. That money is stuff that could go into investments of new improved irrigation practices, new management practices, and those type of things. So it is directly removed from the economy, the ag economy, that can't be back invested into those things which we think would improve water quality. And that's just for doing administrative paperwork, monitoring, those type of things like that. So I think it's a big deal. It might not sound big to some people, but it is a big deal in the ag community. Because I know $2 million can go a long ways. So I guess the thing is that what we're asking on the farm frequency is, after the first year, give the EO discretion. If we can make our case to the EO that we have information, then she can make the discretion. We don't have to get those farm evaluations every year. Okay. Outreach events. This is another one that is going to be a track. Within the order, there is a provision in high vulnerable areas that everybody must attend an outreach event every year. Okay, and that's within the order. I would like to contrast that actually to what we have to do for pesticide use permits. A restricted materials permit you have to get in San Joaquin County. You just have to go in every 3 years to get a restricted materials permit. Okay. We do have to apply for pesticide use permits every year, but a lot of times it is a very simple application. attending a grower meeting, part of the thing to get your pesticide use permit, you have to put so many hours in over a 3-year period in order to get your certification to be able to continue to do your use the pesticide use and get your permit to use the pesticides. I guess on this one is we would like to reduce the frequency of, rather than every year a grower has to attend, maybe every 2 years, or there have to be a certain number of hours over a 3-year period you have to do. We think that tracking the grower, every grower attend a meeting every year is burdensome, not only administratively, but there are going to be growers who might not do this, and then we have to track them down of why haven't you attended the meeting now and force them to attend the meeting. And one of our largest expenses that we have found over the years of doing this program is actually going out and tracking down those outliers of those who don't turn in things. And that becomes a large expense to us.
Mike, how do you track the number of hours? Because I presume that they're doing, in the pesticide program, that they're doing this over the period of 3 years.
Yeah, they do it over a period of 3 years. You actually have to sign up. There's like a little form you sign up for any meeting you go to, and that form gets turned in. Okay, and so they track it. Actually, the ag commissioners track the number of hours that each grower basically attends over the year. So we would require the grower to submit us the number of hours, once every 2 years to make sure or once every type of thing to make sure that they're in compliance, or that they have a certification when they do their annual fee, just saying, I've attended so many hours type of thing. I know Jack may be able to speak to it a little bit better because he is a farmer down in San Joaquin County. I'm in Sacramento County, so each county does a little different. But San Joaquin County does hold annual grower meetings, which we actually attend and talk at, and we have about a 45-minute section within those grower meetings. We usually get about 1,200 growers to those meetings, and that's part of their hours that they pick up. But they might attend every other year because they might have attended another meeting we had on some watershed issue or something like that. So a combination of those type of things would be helpful. And that would reduce our frequency of having to go back and track growers all the time on.
And maybe this is a question staff can answer later, but is it your understanding that this is a specific water quality outreach event, and there's no,
Yes.
and it's all mutually exclusive? There's no credit
it can be combined
attending.
with other things. That is my understanding. Maybe staff will have to address that. I don't know the number of hours each year that is going to be required because I don't believe it specifies in the order. It just says you have to attend an outreach event every year. I mean, which gives us a lot of flexibility, and we like the flexibility within that. But we don't think it should have to be. They have to attend every year.
Well, putting number of hours on it might decrease flexibility, at the same time might increase if it's rearranged a different way. I think that's an issue we're going to have to discuss with staff, as John has implied.
Okay. All right, and with that, I think I'm going to turn it back over to Jennifer, who is going to talk about the enforcement of the role of the RCDs.
Thank you, Mike. The enforcement role of the RCD, this is a sensitive issue for our coalition, and I'm sure you're asking yourselves, well, here we've heard from all these other third parties, and this wasn't a huge issue to them. Why is it a huge issue to you? What's different about your coalition that makes this an issue? And the difference is that our third party, our coalition, is run by a resource conservation district. And the Resource Conservation District does a lot of things, and it runs a lot of programs, not just this water quality program. And that means that the Resource Conservation District does its job by reaching out to farmers and growers and helping them improve their operations in a lot of different ways, not just through this particular regulation. And that means that the reputation of the RCD as the farmer's helper to help them improve and help them comply is extremely important. Our coalition boasts one of the highest participation rates in the state for the existing waiver program, and we attribute that to the fact that the RCD has an excellent reputation for being an agency that can assist the farmer in improving their operations without having a regulatory taint. And that's extremely important to the RCT to maintain that reputation, not just because of keeping membership up for the Irrigated Lands program, but because the RCD has other programs that it wants growers to participate in to use available resources and improve their operation. So it has always been extremely important to the RCD that if they're going to serve as the third party for the purposes of implementing this regulation, that they are purely an implementing assisting agency, that they have nothing to do with enforcement, because they don't want to be viewed as being part of the regulatory part of the order. That would be a problem for them, not just in keeping membership good under this order, but also in getting growers to continue to come to them for all of their other programs that they administer.
So Jennifer, can
Yes.
I interrupt and follow up directly on that? So staff's response to that comment was that it actually, your proposal puts you in a more subjective role with who's in good standing and who's not. And as I look at your list here, who failed to implement water quality practices, that seems to be a more or less a yes or no answer. Who failed to respond to information, that's a yes or no. Who failed to participate in the studies, that's yes or no. So to me, the way these are framed is almost like the RCD wouldn't have discretion so much as reporting a fact. Somebody participated or they didn't. And so my question is, can you explain how your proposal puts you in a less subjective position? It's sort of, your argument's counter to staff, so I just want to hear a little more detail on that.
I think that's a very fair question. What I've put on this slide is what the current version that you've been asked to adopt today by staff requires. It requires us to identify on a list, essentially a bad actors list. These are the people who failed to do X, Y, and Z. It's a bad actors list. And it has to be submitted annually to regional board along with a list of members in good standing. Previously, we had negotiated with staff for a compromise position that allowed us to do substantively the same thing without handing over on a silver platter a list of names of bad actors. And that was, we had to agree to drop from our membership list anyone who had failed to do one of these things. Okay? And that actually is something that the RCD doesn't have a problem with. I mean, they feel that they're putting a lot of time and effort into helping growers comply with the regulation. Most growers are coming in and doing so, and if there are some growers who don't want to participate, they just simply won't have membership in good standing anymore, and they will be removed from the list. So the RCD was agreeable to dropping people from membership who did not do what they were supposed to do under the order. And they were agreeable to then submitting every year a list of members who were in good standing, who had done everything they were supposed to do, as well as a list of people who are no longer members because they sold their property, they passed away, other reasons why you just have a membership change that doesn't relate to whether they've done what they're supposed to do under the order. That allowed the RCD to implement and maintain a list of growers in good standing without having to go to a regulatory agency with a list of names saying these are people who you should look at for potential enforcement.
So what the regulatory, in other words, this board has to do then, is to compare the past lists with the existing list, and I see that as creating an onerous issue for those who are not on the current list, because staff will not have any idea why they were dropped, and quite frankly, they're going to probably have to go through jump through a lot of hoops when why they're not on the list, when not in good standing, is relatively minor and can be taken care of relatively easily. I see that as vital information as we go through this.
Mike would like to
Yes,
speak to
Mike.
that.
Yeah, I guess just looking back on what we've done in the past on how we've implemented the program, I believe we've only kicked out one person, and I think he was in jail. That's why he couldn't respond to us. One person out of the coalition.
You don't have to talk more about that.
So, and I heard Joe's argument about saying we'd be being used a suggestive, or our opinion on whether to kick a person out. The difference in a grower's mind is basically if you're working with our coalition, and as a coalition, we do extensive outreach. So those people who have minor offenses, hasn't turned in a farm evaluation plan, or hasn't turned or made an outreach event or something like that, we would do extensive outreach, and we have done extensive outreach to make sure that those evaluation plans get turned in. I know in our watersheds where we've had surveys going out to growers and don't turn things in. I mean, we do emails, we call, we knock on doors to get all this information in. And it isn't until our last step, I guess, where we can't get anybody to respond, that we actually drop that person from the list. And there is a difference between us making that suggestive, that minor outreach to growers, and then turning over a list to the regional board, and they have this enforcement to do, to enforce. There is a big distinct difference between us doing everything we can as a coalition, or I'm sorry, when they see a board enforcer come down, I mean, they get really concerned.
But like, how is that different? I mean, how would you guys act differently? You're still going to make, before you turn in that bad actors list, you're still going to reach out, you're still going to knock on doors, you're still going to email. So, I mean, as opposed to if you don't do that, then
there is a distinction between us turning over a list, and our board has been very clear, and maybe Jack can talk to this, turning over a list of people that we are kicking out of the program versus that list of those who have done everything to be in the program. And there is a line, and I guess a line in the sand, if you want to call it, that our board sees as a distinction between helping growers, making sure they're in compliance with the program, and turning growers in that aren't in compliance with the program.
Can you move back a slide to the list that was, this one. So I'm just wondering, are these growers that the third party that you guys have to identify, those are growers that you're now saying you're kicking out of the program? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Let me go to this because this is actually, it's a timing issue, I think, more than anything. Let me give you an example. Look at number 4, who failed to provide confirmation of participation in an outreach event. So we get membership dues back in the spring, and I think it's by July that we have to turn in our membership list. What if someone went to an outreach event, but they didn't provide confirmation in the spring when they turned in their dues? And so in July, we would have to submit a list to the regional board that includes, John Smith failed to participate in an outreach event because they had a couple months there where they're supposed to turn it in, they didn't, and we have to turn in our list. Under our proposal, we basically had 6 months to do follow-up with any problems and cure them so that we never had to put them on the list because we cured the problem.
Well, I guess what I'm getting to is this is a very suggestive list of, I don't know the format, but we'll just pretend like it's an Excel spreadsheet of everyone's name, and then just a list of, whether they have complied with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and or whether they have not done that. That I feel is a very subjective thing to be able to simply say, and then it is up to, or objective thing to be able to say. I think then it's up to staff to then be able to decide whether, number two is, a really important thing that staff needs to follow up with or not. And staff is able to be the subjective party in this. But I feel like being able to provide a list of growers and whether they have done XYZ part of the order is simply reporting back to the board whether or not the growers are, whether or not each individual part of the order the grower has done each year. I don't think that is at all enforcement. It is up to staff to decide whether or not to take enforcement action. If staff gets a list that they have to, of growers that are, no longer in the under you guys' coalition, I think it might be more daunting as a grower to get a letter from staff asking why, as opposed to for staff saying, oh, it's just because they did this and we don't feel that as an important thing to follow up with. I think a grower might be very alarmed to get a letter having to fill out a whole bunch of paperwork of why they, didn't attend. What is it? What is the reason behind them being no longer included in the program?
I have to concur with Jenny. And I think you picked a good example here on the one on fail to participate. No, the one on attending the meetings. If we have to dig that out and not know why they were dropped, we don't want to send the National Guard out on something like that. It more than likely will be a call back to the RCD to ask why, and the grower may never be contacted.
And that's what is actually happening now.
Right,
And
so
it's happened pretty
but
effectively.
I feel that staff needs this kind of information to be able to make those judgment calls on just how severe this thing is, and can the coalition take care of it? Yeah, the coalition is going to take care of it. Let's move on to something else.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. And I will say that when I first met with you all, I was kind of sympathetic to this. I thought, well, how can they do that? But the more I think about it, the more I see exactly what the chair is talking about. We're not calling the people that don't get all 5 check marks on their Excel spreadsheet. We're not calling them bad actors. You guys are thinking they're bad actors. We're just saying, okay, what did they miss? So, you might see them as bad actors, and I think even portraying someone who doesn't get all 5 checks as a bad actor, I think that that's maybe something that we're narrating and
Well, I would
early.
have to disagree with that. I mean, if you look at this list, you see number 5, it follows number 1 through 4, and it says otherwise failed to maintain good standing. What that infers to me is that if you have a grower in category 1, 2, 3, or 4, they're not in good standing. And that's the way that this is drafted is, if you look at the other lists of the member requirements, if they don't fulfill them, they don't have membership in good standing.
Number 5 starts a conversation, and it's obviously a catch-all, a bin. And, a phone call will take place, and maybe it is, as Mike said, the individual's in jail, or there are issues going on, like the owner of the property died. It's all tied up in the courts. It's changing hands, and things are going to work out. And maybe it's something you back off from and allow it to work out. But if you don't have the information to start the conversation, like I said earlier, you send out the National Guard, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to get there.
So, Joe, can I ask you a question? Can you come up? So, on this point of number 5, how can you explain? Is 1 through 4 is a yes to, or however these are worded? Do you have to be in good standing, or say yes to 1 through 4 to be in 5, or is 5 a more broader definition? And if someone said, "I'll get you that paperwork on my attendance," but it didn't happen, do they have to be all of a sudden in non-good standing? What's the ability of number 5 related to number 4, or 1 through 4?
Yeah, it's as Dr. Longley characterized it. It's sort of the catch-all. There may be other reasons why somebody is dropped from membership, or maybe their membership is pending revocation. So An example that we don't list there, but that may be of concern to a coalition, is they didn't pay their fees. So maybe they're doing all the reporting stuff, but they're not paying their fees, and so the coalition is dropping them from the membership rolls, and it's not for one of those particular member requirements. So remember, the 1 through 4 are some of the more critical member requirements that we picked out, where we felt the third party may have that information. And so if they have that information, we're saying, that should be passed on to us so we can move forward with compliance. It's not always enforcement. It's trying to bring folks into compliance, right? And so bringing somebody into compliance may be further working with the coalition, or it may be us, having an informal letter or something like that before taking more formal enforcement action. But yeah, the last one is more that catch-all. There may be other reasons why someone's not in good standing with the coalition, and their membership may be dropped, and that allows the coalition to identify those folks.
Because I do sympathize with the position that the RCD finds itself in, but I'm trying to balance that against everything we've talked about up here, where we don't know. You guys have the data of 1 through 5, what the problem was, and if that data gets lost in translation or in passing over, then we have to start over, and that's an effort, and our first effort would be a letter or a call, and then that response, when people get a call from Regulated, it elevates it a lot faster than if you guys are tracking it down. So I think this is probably a point we'll have to discuss.
It just will create a lot more paperwork that the grower will have to participate in.
Well,
So-
I have to disagree with you on that point. Our proposal was that we would
Thanks, Jen.
have 6 months to follow up with growers who had these infractions to do what we do, which is knock on doors, make phone calls, send emails, track these people down, and bring them into compliance. So if they fall off of our members in good standing list after we've exhausted all those efforts, it's not going to be a minor issue. It's going to be, yeah, you do need to send the cavalry out after them. And frankly, you guys are not going to have your staff just looking at the list of the people who have these problems. Your staff's also going to have to be comparing the membership list to the assessor's parcel information, because I would think more important to these minor issues about who did or did not attend an outreach event is who are all the owners of irrigated land who haven't signed up. So that effort is going to occur every year. It should occur. It already does occur under this order. So I don't see our proposal as causing any additional work for staff that they are not already going to be doing in their enforcement role. Our proposal was put the monkey on our back to do all of the very difficult follow-up with these growers and try to cure all the minor infractions, so that if they do fall off the membership list, it's because they really didn't comply with the order after a lot of effort by the coalition to make them do so.
I go back to, I think it was Jenny's spreadsheet. I'm not sure. It might have been somebody else's spreadsheet. Yeah. So what about a list of growers in good standing at the beginning of the year and the beginning of the reporting period, and of all growers, and then with a check by those who are in good standing at the end of the reporting period?
That's basically what we said we would provide in our
See,
proposal.
I didn't hear you saying anything about providing other names.
In the prior version of the order, I don't know if you've looked at the red line from December, our proposal was to provide a list of members in good standing, as well as a list of people who are no longer on that list because they don't own property or they passed away, some reason why they wouldn't be there. And so it's just a matter of comparison to the prior list. If you can operate Excel, you can easily perform the comparison in about 5 minutes for staff. And that, frankly, is probably a small task for staff compared to their normal enforcement task, which is looking at who has never signed up.
I'm going to ask Joe to come back up. I think Joe just ought to stay up there because we're going to have some other questions for him. So you're the guy who's responsible for making sure this gets done.
Thanks.
So what, you're going to, I think, for this board, sort out, from your perspective, what I'm hearing from the coalition.
Well, I appreciate Jennifer's characterization of how easy our job is in terms of making these comparisons. Maybe we need to hire her to help us improve our efficiency. The challenge is, and certainly when you make the comparison, and my staff are very talented in doing this, and it's very challenging. It's not as simple as one would think. Is you will have, based on the sort of the earlier proposal, you'll have that comparison of, okay, who's a member, who is dropped for what they've determined has been good cause, and then there's, okay, we figure out the difference, right? So let's say there's a list of 300 growers. We don't know why they were dropped, though. And when you're taking enforcement action or trying to bring folks into compliance, the why is really important. On the one hand, we'd have to confirm and figure out from the coalition, okay, we see these people, were they dropped for one of those 5 reasons, yes or no, or is there a mistake? Because honestly, there are a lot of times when we do these comparisons and they seem simple, we always go back to the coalition. We say, hey, we're getting ready to send out these orders. Is this right? Or are there any members that we've mistakenly included on this list? So there is actually a lot more work versus just in a very straightforward way. You've got the information. And this, the other thing is, the other thing that's concerning is, well, there's a reluctance to report that information. Well, they're reporting a lot of other information too that has to do with compliance of the members. And keep in mind, there's sort of the general reporting that's done, but we have the ability to go and ask for more detailed information. So there's sort of this lack of transparency with this alternative. And we can certainly, and I've said, it's not like it's an impossible task for us. We can do it, and we can do the additional investigation. It's just we're putting more time, energy, and effort into something where the information already exists. We just have to go dig it up again in an alternative way that is resource intensive without any ability to really prioritize. So we'll have the list of 300.
And is that going to create correspondence between you and those members, former members or whatever of the coalition?
Oh, certainly. Yeah.
So it's putting a burden on them too, particularly if if this is a mistake or whatever.
Yeah. And and again, let's assume for argument's sake that we can work with the coalition and clarify that the 300 aren't a mistake. They were dropped because they did one of those things that they should have been dropped for. Still, we don't have an ability to prioritize and sort of understand the severity of what led to their being dropped. Because the way the order is currently written, we're asking them to identify in the member list who has failed to do one of those things. We're not actually saying they failed and you have to drop them. There can be follow-up action either on their part where we say, oh, okay, yeah, you're working with those folks just like they're proposing. And they say, hey, we need some more time to work with these people. We think we can get them into compliance just through our interaction with them. Okay, fine. And then there may be other folks who they've tried for the 6 months or whatever the time period is, and now it's kind of up to us to take the next compliance steps. And again, looking at where we want to go as a whole, we want as many growers and coalitions as possible. So we don't want them dropped. So if after their efforts that doesn't work and we step in and we write a letter and all of a sudden they say, okay, I get it, it's serious, we'll do what we need to do as part of the third-party group, then great. They retain their membership. It's more efficient for us. It's helpful to the coalition if they have a member who's gone from not doing what they're supposed to do, doing what they're supposed to, you know, they're getting those more dues-paying folks. So anyway, again, I think it really is sort of, you know, there's this call on your part, and there are ripple effects too. The more time we spend doing this means we're not actually focused on, you know, using our compliance and enforcement resources on water quality issues.
Right, and I'm
Dr.
concerned
Long?
about efficiency too, and the necessity to have some transparency in the process, yes.
If I can add something, because Member Costantino brought this up about consistency, why we're doing something different for small and large farms versus this, and I think you were implying addressing this issue here. I know staff had been working with the RS, with Jennifer on changing this language, and it was at my insistence we keep it the same. Because if this was changed and other coalitions asked for it, the workload would increase significantly on the board staff. I think it's important for this particular element that it stay very consistent between all of the orders for the coalitions.
Well, quite frankly, I think it also increases workloads on the coalition down the road.
I agree with the consistency aspect, especially for this. There are some things that I think we can differentiate between regions, but this is something that I think should maintain consistency. I do have a question about the 6 months. I mean, it sounds like we might get a better list if we give the coalition, the RCD, 6 months to work on getting members in good standing. I would still like to see that the list differentiate between not just only members in good standing, but also the reason why, if at that point they're dropped. But I'm wondering if giving them 6 months to bring members into good standing is something that we could consider, or if that would differentiate a lot against the other orders.
And then while you're thinking about that, maybe you don't need to think, but to follow up on that, I think Jenny's heading towards sort of a middle ground, because when I look at this, I'm either dropped from membership or I'm in good standing. And everything we're talking about is the in-between. Somebody who is not necessarily done everything and checked every box, but we're not going to drop them because they haven't gone to jail. So, you know, is there anything that prevents the RCD, because the RCD board, I think, is the one that feels like they're in this position. Is there anything that prevents, or do we need to allow something that allows for maybe the RCD to develop a compliance committee, and something so where, you know, instead of just knocking on doors, you refer them to a subcommittee that the folks know that they're now in this sort of gray area, and maybe that's that. And if we allow the extra time, or internally you guys check the boxes earlier so that there's this review. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how to not go, just because of a timing issue, you fall from good standing to we're going to throw you out of the whole thing, and then it just seems like it's too black and white, and maybe there's a way to.
The language we propose is on page 23 on the order in your agenda package.
But Pamela, before you go there, I'd like to go back to what Joe said and what I know is the practice. Joe pointed out that they want to keep members in the coalition, and that they do work with the coalition to get those members in compliance. Am I correct, Joe?
Yes, that would be our practice.
And I'm familiar with other coalitions, and that is exactly what takes place.
But there's nothing in our order that says that those members that are identified like that have to be dropped.
Exactly.
And that's what Joe's pointing out. Our language does not say they have to be dropped. In fact, when we get this information, Joe's telling you that their first step would be to contact the coalition to see what they're doing to bring them, to get them back into good standing. It's not about they're automatically dropped from membership.
So is that clear to the RCD?
I don't believe it's clear based on the language of the order. And this is a timing issue, and I think you've correctly pointed out it's the in-between time, because the coalition, particularly because it's operated by an RCD, wants to bend over backwards to help growers stay in compliance and do what they need to do under the order. It wants to fulfill that role. It does not want to cross over the line and get into any type of facilitation of enforcement. I think it's telling that in staff's last revision to the comments, that was the line they struck out. I mean, staff's response to comments previously said they weren't asking the RCD to facilitate enforcement, and they've crossed that out. So they know that by asking the RCD to turn in a list of names, that they are asking the RCD to take a step toward facilitating enforcement. That just gets into a gray area. It's not good for the RCD when we can accomplish the same substantive result by not having to turn in that list of names, and just give us, that 6 months to work really, really hard with those growers to
I'm
cure
still
those
confused by
problems.
this list of names. You don't want to turn in information, but you told me earlier that you propose to turn in that information. It's unclear what you're explaining to me.
Well, what I'm wondering is it sounds like in the past and currently staff it can call you and get the reasons why. So you could supply the list of names and then we could just call you and get the
And that's
information that way, but
exactly-
not by paper?
That's exactly how it has occurred. And I don't think, Joe can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe there have been any problems between the regional board staff and the RCD staff in the past in understanding the membership lists and facilitating enforcement where necessary. It's actually worked pretty well. And the order does require the third party to respond to information requests from the regional board. So if the regional board, sends us a list of names and says we need to know if each of these people have done X, Y, and Z in response to an enforcement investigation, I think the third party is obligated to provide that information. But it's having the regional board staff ask for it as part of their enforcement task, as opposed to having the RCD take that first step as an RCD.
Well, it sounds to me like there will be no difference in reporting. I mean, whether you're reporting by phone based on a request from staff versus whether you're just doing an annual reporting. If anything, it feels less regulatory to me to just annually submit a list as opposed to having staff call and ask for the same information by phone.
It feels more regulatory to the RCD board.
And then I can't speak for this coalition, but there will be other coalitions that we're going to be seeing members drop out simply because they're not irrigating their lands anymore.
Jack, are
there,
you
there
on?
has to be transparency. There has to be information exchange.
Jack, are you on the RCD board?
Yep. So I wanted to let Jack give you, some perspective on this order, not just on this issue, but on a few others.
Yes, I'm Jack Ham. I'm a farmer in Lodi. I'm the president of the RCD. And we've spent a lot of time on this issue. It gives us great heartburn. We've worked very well with staff. We feel that Mike and Mike Johnson and Jennifer's has worked very well with staff. We've come to a lot of agreement. We've been able to find middle ground. But this is something, because we are a rural conservation district, I'm sure you're all aware of what it does, that we've worked with farmers, we work with the NRCS, the USDA, in improving the environment along natural waterways and just in the ag community in general. We have a win-win attitude at the RCD. We took on this responsibility because we felt that it was very important that farmers had somebody to go to that they could trust. And so we have done this. Now we want to maintain that we don't want to be seen as the enforcer at all. We're happy to compile the information, collect the information, turn it over to the board, but we really don't want any part of enforcement. And it is to the member. We're farmers among, up and down throughout San Joaquin County, from the north to the south and the east and the west. Literally, our board covers the county. And it's very important that we're not seen as turning in our neighbors, because we think it'll just hurt the whole program in general. We have great turnout. I think everybody will agree with that. Our participation rate in our coalition is very high, and it's been that way because we try to work together. That's why we felt that the 6-month program to get everybody in compliance before anybody goes to the board with a black eye is the right way to go.
I don't know that I characterize it as a black eye. So some folks, as we know, there's some sort of a clerical error along the way, and you know, they're in good standing, or it was extremely minor. They thought they turned it in and didn't send it in with their check or whatever. Administrative type stuff, and we can spend a lot of money on administrative type stuff when it can be taken care of with a phone call very quickly. But we have to have that identified. I personally don't see what's wrong, but probably nobody at this table, including Joe, would agree with me. The list which shows everybody from the last time who belonged to the coalition, with some sort of a check on those who are in full good standing. Why don't we just call it full good standing, because you can be in good standing and maybe not have done something. And then possibly another list with new members, since the old list was put together, and then the next reporting cycle, those two lists would be merged with new members on the bottom. And you might want to list those members who are dropped out of the coalition because they're no longer in irrigated ag. They've moved to dryland farming, and on your upslopes you might find this more. But you know, there has to be this kind of communication just to cut down on the administrative costs and making it easier to communicate with people appropriately, because 95% of the people that are not going to be on that list are going to be, it's going to be very minor stuff that you don't have to have a big regulatory process for. You just need to establish communication.
So, I'm trying to also work in, and I appreciate Pamela pointing out on where the language is, and if you read it, it says the coalition shall work cooperatively with the board to ensure that all members are taking the necessary steps to reduce exceedances and do what they're supposed to. What if, and Mr. Ham just mentioned, you guys are willing to keep the records. I mean, is the issue the actual turning over as a sort of standard practice? Who missed the marks? Because what I'm hearing is you guys want a little more time to really vet whether someone is not in good standing and should even be considered to be dropped. And what we want to know is when we finally find out that somebody is not in good standing, that it's not onerous on our part. So if the requirement is for you to keep the records, and at the point which you feel someone is not in good standing, which is I think your proposal, that we simply ask for that list and all that data is there. Is that any sort of compromise that anybody can live with?
So I think that that's really what they're proposing, more or less. And again, I think we still have this transparency issue. When is the coalition finding out? I mean, on the one hand, we're hearing a lot of concerns about cost of administration and tracking. This just sounds like another cost, so now you've got to track when you find something out, and there's a 6-month or 9-month or some other trigger before then they go on to another list or they're dropped, versus I think what we've got, and I understand, I've been at some of their board meetings and had an earful of the concern, and I understand they've got, as an RCD, they've got these other functions, and they're concerned about undermining those other functions potentially. But to be honest, the more I hear this, the more it sounds like the RCD is putting themselves in the position that we are normally in as the regulatory agency, which is we exercise our discretion in determining whether something is severe enough or what a given action should require in terms of follow-up, a given sort of deficiency on the part of a member. Because ultimately, it's the members that need to comply with the order. It's really not the RCD or the coalition. They have some roles and responsibilities, but the order is geared towards the member. And so we want to make sure we're getting that information about whether the member is complying. Again, it's where it's known by the RCD. And we certainly have, I think, a lot of discretion to, when we get this list, if the RCD comes to us and say, well, here's our list of folks, these folks we're still trying to work with. Okay, well, keep working with them and we'll have a conversation and report back, versus trying to, create something where, well, it's 6 months. And so, okay, we've got to keep track of that. And then, we're going to be asked by you at some point, well, is the RCD doing what they're supposed to do? Have you audited their books to see if they're keeping on track? I think it makes it potentially more complicated. So again, I'm just trying to point out what some of the potential issues are, and I think it'll create more work in the long run, although there may be good reasons for that. Maybe we want to preserve the RCD's role as it is. The other thing I want to point out, because I can almost guarantee this will happen, because it's already happened, is we will get complaints soon, and maybe from growers within their area. I've got this neighbor over here who's not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not doing the outreach events, they're not changing anything, they're just paying their fee and that's it. Why aren't you doing something about them? Because we get those complaints now. And part of our response will be, well, we don't know that. We're not getting that information. We have limited staff to actually do field inspections.
Actually, it's been more grievous than you even suggested. I know of one that was a grower discharging an awful lot of sediment impacting other growers. And, is that something that's going to be on us or on the RCD? And I think Joe brings up good points, that it does, as I think about what he just said, you probably want to rebut this, but it does put you more in the role of being an enforcer.
I'll disagree, and I will rebut this. It puts us in the role of trying to get growers in compliance and gives us the ability to outreach to growers. There's a difference between us going out and outreaching a grower on a minor, missing an event or some of the minor things, versus turning over a list to the regional board, and then they have to contact the grower on whether or not they've submitted these things or not. So yeah, there is a distinction, and I think the point that John was bringing up is very important to remember, is that the list we are going to give you, we have pretty much exhausted our ability to contact that member to get that information we needed. And at that point in time is when we're going to say, okay, this person should no longer be part of the coalition. Yes, that is going to put onus on us, but then when we turn our list, then they know it's pretty much something that we've exhausted our ability to contact the coalition. So it isn't a minor administrative thing.
But how is Joe going to know that you dropped them?
They won't be on the list. They won't be on the membership list.
So
that we
got to go back and figure out that they're not on the membership list.
Yeah.
I find that to be, that really precludes the ability to do some upfront communication to determine that it's only minor, that
But my point is that if they're not on our membership list, it is not a minor thing. It is not something, and in a way, if we turn over, if there's some minor things, and the way I read the order and the way Joe's interpreting the order are a little bit two different things. He's saying if it's just, they haven't turned in some information, the order says the member shall do this or they're not in compliance. And, it's just not a simple communication, okay, we're going to turn in a list that says a member did not attend an outreach event, okay? Basically, he's not in compliance, and then that becomes an enforcement action, so.
That's a big jump. To say, here's my list of 10 people who didn't pay fees, didn't go to an event, or missed a report, that is to jump straight to enforcement. I guess technically they would be in violation, but as Jennifer said, it's all about implementation. And if they consistently don't turn in a report and they're on the list every year, that's a different case than the first time around someone didn't have the paperwork together because of whatever. So I hear, again, I hear what you're saying, that once that name is out there, you guys sort of lose control of what the board does. But that being said, it's up to the board to determine, the board staff, to determine what the next steps are based on history, level of issue, and everything else. I think Joe was about to say something, but I cut him off.
No, I didn't want to cut you off, but I think one of the things, and we're sort of used to, as regulators, making a distinction between compliance and enforcement. Not every violation results in enforcement, right? So what we're trying to do is get folks to comply with the order. I mean, I can't imagine coming to the board, with an administrative civil liability complaint, of thousands of dollars because somebody missed an outreach event, and that was sort of their only issue, especially if we didn't actually try to get them into compliance first, or work with the RCD to get them into compliance to attend the outreach event. And we're focusing a lot on what might be a minor thing. There could be major things as well, that they're not implementing management plan practices to address water quality problems. So that would be sort of a different type of non-compliance, where we still may try informal methods of getting them into compliance, or we may need to go directly to enforcement. So again, the issue is, absent the information about why somebody's dropped, it's harder for us to figure out what those appropriate next steps are. And I understand what they're saying, but it's in terms of, while we can believe that they've exhausted all of their efforts and there's really a good reason why those folks were dropped, but there's no information coming to us as to why they've been dropped. It's like we're just going to sort of on faith, which say, okay, well, these folks that were dropped, it was severe enough that we need to now take an enforcement action. And we can't do that as a regulatory agency. We have to gather evidence to figure out what was the reason that they were dropped, and then come up with the appropriate measured steps consistent with our statewide enforcement policy.
Is it clear that if you don't do one of the things, you will be dropped? I don't know that. I think.
We've not required that.
Okay.
I do want to point out to the board, the whole purpose of the coalition approach is to facilitate the board in achieving compliance with the order. As a result of that effort, it may also indirectly facilitate our enforcement activities. But that's not the purpose of this at all. It's helping us to assess compliance, because we have an obligation to you and to the public that we are actually implementing, and our growers are complying with the orders. So this information is very valid and very informative to us and the public, that we are in fact having growers comply with our orders.
We're certifying to the public, so to speak, that good water quality plans are in place. Coalition's doing a great job. Jennifer, I'm afraid that we've had a very interesting discussion here,
Yes.
but I'm not sure that you finished your presentation.
Well, first of all, I want to say I hope that we never actually have to deal with this issue in implementation. But I think we've beat it to death. You've heard all kinds of good points on both sides, and I'm confident you can make your decision today based on that dialogue. I will say, though, that as we move along, if unfortunately we may have an issue with how this works in implementation, and may require us to come back to. So I think that today's dialogue has been very useful, regardless of what action you take today.
Well, I can almost guarantee you that we're going to be, as we go down the road, as we did on the first waiver,
Yes.
we came back, and this is a...
Let me ask Mike or Jack if you have any closing comments before I provide
Yeah.
mine. Closing thoughts. I think we've made most of these points already today. The one point I want to leave you with is staff did say that we hadn't provided specific cost estimates to back up our claim that some of the frequency issues in the order could be changed. And I want to just stress that. We're probably going to have at least 3,000 growers, maybe more, in a high vulnerability area. We predict that more than 50% of those, probably more like 70% of them, are going to be permanent crops. They're going to fill out a farm evaluation in year one, And a large percentage of that number are going to mark some type of permanent crop, the type of irrigation system, and all of the good management practices that they are currently utilizing to be protective of surface and groundwater quality. We would really, really like the ability to summarize that information, come to the executive officer and say, we have in writing certified information that shows a very large percentage of our growers are already implementing all of the best management practices we have identified to date to be protective of water quality. Can we please relieve these people of a duplicative paperwork requirement now, so that we don't have to spend our staff time sending out, collecting, and processing an additional 1,000 to 1,500 farm evaluations to receive the exact same information. We would never ask you to relieve the frequency of reporting if we thought we were going to get useful information every year. We only want that relief when we've received the information and it has established that the grower is already implementing good management practices that are not going to change in the next 5 years. From a cost perspective, that is the difference between the coalition having 3 full-time data entry people and follow-up people and only having 1 to 1.5. So for us, it is like halving the cost. And it's a big deal from an administrative perspective. So I'll leave you with that thought. We want to make this order work, but we also want to make sure that the money we collect from our growers goes to improve water quality, not to push around paper that says the same thing as what we got the year before. So.
Thank you, and please stay up there. And Joe, you stay there too. There's some other issues we need to hash out, or some of these issues. And I think it's just more efficient when we're not calling people up.
One more speaker? One more panel?
You have, no, there's not another panel. Oh, we'll take care of the C-SPA and the interested parties down the road. I want to hash out a couple of issues right now that have already been covered. First of all, I want to go back to the annual meeting requirement and address that issue. Annual meeting in high vulnerability areas. You folks want, this is now required annually. You want to go to 3 years or to some number of hours over a, say, a 3-year period. Is that, do I have that right, Mike?
Yeah.
And then the question that came up in my mind, this is, as you pointed out, what is required for pest management now. What kind of duplication, Joe, is there in the information put out as far as the pest management versus what we would be requiring?
Well, there are a couple things. One is it might be helpful to look at the language that we're talking about, because I think there's a lot more flexibility in there than's been captured so far in the discussion. So it's on page 20, and it's under B4, or it's 4B4. And so to answer your question, and I'm sure Mike can help out as well, is in the past when I've participated in some of these meetings with grower meetings that are focused more on pesticide issues, and at times the ag commissioner will invite us along to talk about the pesticide water quality issues, and they'll be there to follow up on what their focus might be in terms of compliance and enforcement of their biologists. However, they won't necessarily stray into talking about fertilizer issues or sediment runoff and that sort of thing. So if those are issues that need to be addressed, then they wouldn't necessarily be captured in that particular type of meeting. Now, there certainly may be opportunities to piggyback onto those kind of meetings. If an ag commissioner is calling a meeting anyway, then, I could see making an arrangement to, okay, we're going to have another, hour or 2 hours talking about some water quality issues that go beyond pesticide issues.
What about a certain number of hours over 3 years?
Well, again, I'm hearing the interest in minimizing administrative costs, and I see that as an additional administrative burden. So now you're not just tracking, the way we captured this, and part of it came from discussions with the coalition, is, when they're submitting their membership, their annual membership renewal, they can have, some sort of indication confirming, yes, I attended an outreach event. So that seems much simpler than, I did one of my 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever it might be, and then trying to keep track of that somehow separately, over the course of 3 years.
And why the need for annually when, if you look at pesticide, it's on the basis of something over 3 years?
Well, there are different purposes. With pesticides, they're getting, and what Mike was talking about is they're getting their license or ability to apply restricted materials. The restricted, Mike can probably speak to this better than I, but based on my understanding, there aren't, constant or continuous changes in the restricted material requirements. A county will issue a permit for restricted materials that will have certain management practice requirements. Those don't necessarily change that dynamically. The context here is we're dealing with high vulnerability areas where there are water quality issues. We're also dealing with, keep in mind, a compliance time schedule that can't exceed 10 years. So we want to make sure that growers are getting on top of those water quality problems, that they're informed of the management practices that are available and any new information that's coming forward.
Do you think that the benefit they would gain by attending meetings annually would override, let's say, making the period every 2 years?
Well, there's always, again, and I think this is kind of a policy call. To what degree do we want these water quality issues elevated and in the minds of growers, and needing to go, and again, when we say go to an annual outreach event, we also have, there can be a web-based program that's approved by the executive officer, so we've tried to come up with methods to make this less burdensome, but it certainly keeps the awareness front and center, and presumably through the management practice evaluation program and other efforts, we're gaining more information. So I'm hoping that it's more dynamic than has been characterized in terms of we are getting valuable information every year, whether it's the water quality data to report, are we improving or not, where are the areas that are the trouble spots, and also new information on practices that can be used to address those water quality problems. I think we've seen that, like periodically I'll go to the Almond Board conference, and they certainly are generating a lot of new information and data on management practices every year.
So, Carl, two things. Just to respond to, Joe, what you said, I think if the idea is to ensure a high level of, forget the actual term you used, the high level of awareness of the program, I think the fact that we're doing annual reports several different ways, people are going to be aware of water quality issues, but so I don't necessarily have a problem if it goes every 2 years, but so we can make a decision on that. But my question originally was, since you pointed it out, I looked at this, and it's and this I think goes back to my earlier point, it's any water quality discussion that's approved by the third party. The third party, the third party has to approve the outreach event or make some sort of designation that if they go to this event, it counts. If they go to that event, it doesn't. Is that right? Because that's how it reads. Shall participate in at least one third-party approved outreach
Right.
event annually.
Right. And so one of the reasons for that language is we didn't want to set it up as if the third party has to sponsor every one of these events.
Right, and
So if
I
they're-
would agree with that.
Yeah, so it's, again, the example of the ag commissioner may have a meeting and they add on, some water quality elements in terms of what the important issues are. They can kind of piggyback onto that rather than creating a whole
Right.
new separate.
And I think that does
separate
provide a
event.
whole lot of flexibility to meet this if we kept it annually. And then my second question is, and it says the member designee may participate in person or through web-based program that is approved by the executive officer. I think we're missing a comma if it's only the web-based program that needs to be approved. Or, because otherwise we have an executive officer approval needed and a third-party approval needed? Or is that what it's supposed to be?
In terms of adding a comma, are you, I think you might be talking about adding a comma after the word person so that you're,
It says the member or designee may participate in person, or through a web-based, right?
right, so it's the
in-person-
web-based program is being
Right.
approved by the executive officer.
And we're not
for-
approving Pamela doesn't have to approve the in-person because that's been delegated to the third party. Is that right?
That's my understanding of it. It's the web-based program, which is the alternative compliance pathway that needs to be approved by the executive officer.
I'm an
That's
engineer,
my
so
understanding.
grammar's not my
and,
strong
I'll
point.
let Joe chime in as well.
Is that right, Joe? So we should clarify that not the in-person doesn't have to be approved by the executive officer, just the web-based.
Yeah, that's the way I would read that.
Okay.
And if you added a comma, that would make it even clearer.
Is that a late revision?
I'd like to find out why, if the coalition approves the web-based program, why does it need my approval too?
And that's fine with me too. If the coalition has
I didn't realize that language was in there. It does
Yeah.
read funny, for one, but two, I don't know why there's two levels of approval.
We can let staff consider that. Are there any other comments or questions? Yes.
I have a comment, and it's not necessarily, I like having you all up here, but at one of our previous meetings, we ran out of time for people in the audience to comment
No, we're
before
gonna-
lunchtime,
we don't
and
have
they
a-
had to leave, so.
We don't have a lot of comments.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people. I just want to
No,
make
no.
sure that we don't ask people to go to lunch and then come back. I
No,
know they have
we're-
limited time.
We're not going to do that. And yes, Mike?
Can I get I want to clarify one thing that Joe was talking about, and there's permits for pesticide use permits that you have to have so many hours
Yeah.
every year, and then there's a restricted materials permit. So there is a clarification. There are two different things there, and I want to make sure that there's a separation between the two. And the pesticide use permit is you have to have so many hours as a grower over a 3-year period
To apply.
to apply those pesticides,
right.
and we do stuff in
Understand.
coordination.
Any further comments, questions? Good. We'll take please be back here at 11:20. Okay, at this time, we're ready to take testimony from CalSPA. Is there a representative from CalSPA in the audience? Folks, we're in order. We're back in session, please. Is there a representative from CalSPA in the audience? Seeing none, we will then go to testimony from legislative representatives. Are there any legislative representatives in the audience? Seeing none, we'll then go to other interested parties. And I have a few cards here. I'd like to start with John. John, I hope I pronounced your name right. John Biodie, am I correct? Biodie or Bioclie? I'm not sure.
Good morning. My handwriting's not the best. It's actually John Brody.
Oh, Brody, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Well, that looks like my handwriting,
Yeah.
so I should have been able to read it.
Yes. I am the Executive Director of the San Joaquin County Resource Conservation District, and I have taken the oath. Just wanted to say that resource conservation districts traditionally are non-regulatory, and again, I want to point out that there is no other resource conservation district in California in the lead role similar to what we're doing here. I heard a lot of conversation this morning how requiring us to turn in a list of names and the reasons why those names are out of compliance under Section 4C9 is not a regulatory action. And again, I want to disagree. Now, the difference is subtle, but it is distinct. While we would not be serving in the role as the judge or prosecutor, it would require us, if not to be the arresting officer, at least the one who files the police complaint and serves as the lead witness for the prosecution. And the fact that staff says you need this information to help them prioritize enforcement action only, I think, reinforces our argument. If the RCD as a third-party organizer and administrator is required to report the reasons why people are out of compliance, it will cripple our ability to be effective not only on this project, but on all the work that we do. And this is not the only work that we do that benefits water quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, wait, Mr. Brody?
Yep.
So going back to this issue, even though Jennifer admitted we beat it to a pulp. So the RCD is willing to keep the records and hand them over if we ask for them. You just don't want to submit them by default. Is that the distinction?
Correct. What we're seeking to do is pretty much the same thing that we're doing right now. We submit a list of members in good standing every year, and we work with staff on identifying any members who may have been dropped, as you know, as we talked about, because selling the property, no longer farming, no longer irrigating, those kinds of things.
But and not to pepper you, because I know you're just a witness here, but if you're keeping the list and we did what you suggested and we just had you kept the separate list of the 5 points that we were talking about, and then you turn in your list of good standing, and the next day staff says we would like the list of all the 5 criteria, and you turn it over to us.
Well, we don't currently do that now. We don't turn it. We just say those members are not members in good standing, and we don't identify the reasons why they are not in good standing.
Okay, I know we're going to talk about this more. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Karen Burr, or Karen Burr.
Hi. Thank you for getting my name right there. That's usually doesn't happen, so I appreciate that. Thanks also for taking the time to really put this much attention to this issue this morning. Really, it's an important issue to the RCDs, and so I just want to thank you for spending as much time on it as you have this morning. My name is Karen Burr, and I'm the Executive Director of the California Association of RCDs. We represent the 98 RCDs in the state that are non-regulatory. We are non-regulatory special districts. And in our original creation, we were created to be that third-party agent between the federal government and local communities. And now, after 75 years having done this, we do a lot of other things to help our communities meet their natural resource needs. So we do, as they've alluded to, we've done a ton in our communities to meet resource concerns. Because we are non-regulatory, we are able to work with natural resource issues and with communities that nobody else is able to work with. So working through a voluntary program, we're able to affect real change on the ground for our natural resources that nobody else is able to do. And so the sensitivity that you're feeling today is that we really feel that if that regulatory burden is placed on us in any way, that we will not be able to do the really important work that we were created 75 years ago to do. So the sensitivity that you're feeling comes out of that motivation. We have a very, and as you imagine, this puts us in a really challenging role in our communities because not only for the most part are our boards made of growers and local community members, but we're also addressing the needs of the state and addressing these real concerns. So again, any perception from our community that we are becoming regulatory puts us in a place where we can no longer do our total jobs in our communities. So we're very sensitive to that. We really feel that us serving in this role as the head of the ILRP puts us in a place where we're saving the board and the state quite a bit of money and time by going through this voluntary process and by using the connections and the resources that we've built up over a great number of years with our communities to be able to further advance your goals. And so we hope that you'll just take the time to work with us to put us in a place where we don't feel as if our regulatory or our non-regulatory role is being compromised in any way.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for the context. Bonnie Starr? Bonnie Starr? Yep, you're right about that. You're right about that. Thank you. That one too. My two favorite people. John Herrick.
Oh, I thought it was my turn.
I resent being called two favorite people.
No, there's one following you. Tess follows you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. I know we've covered this ad nauseum, but I think there's been some distinctions made that aren't correct. And so I just hope you can listen to me and not think, another idiot up here yelling.
I'm sorry,
at you.
John, who are you with?
I'm South Delta Water Agency. I'm also on the RCD board, and we've, a number of us have been here from the beginning trying to get this thing going and working and everything. The problem is the description of, who you report. I don't think Joe wants to get a list of people that forgot to or didn't send in a nitrate evaluation form. Joe wants to know who's not in the coalition. So there isn't any holding zone of people that are kind of in and kind of out. You either comply or we're going to kick you out. Now, we want time to be able to do that, and that's what we do now. We talk to people, we yell at them, some of us cajole them, all sorts of things, we threaten them. We get them either to comply or not. If they don't comply, they're out. We don't want them in, and we don't care about them. No offense to them. There's no distinction in what we're proposing here because as it works now, once we go through that hard, long process, and we don't want it to take 5 years, and we don't short period, they've been suggested 60 days or something, then you get a list. That's when you say, okay, here are the people that are in. So then you run a 10-minute spreadsheet, no offense, Joe. You develop that number. It takes another 15 minutes, seriously, to take out the ones that are other issues, and then you've got a list of people. And then you call the coalition staff, and you say, what's going on? And we tell you. So the only distinction between the two proposals, there's no extra work for us. There's no extra work for them other than what they're doing now. But the only distinction is that we don't hand over a list that says this is the bad guy. And that's very, very important to us. I know it may not sound important to you, but it's very important to us because we go out there with these people on other issues. Now, if they want to be a deadbeat and not comply with the coalition and get fined $100,000 by you, go for it. But we just don't want to be the one handing the thing. So the mechanism by which you find these people is a little bother on you. And I was thinking of saying, I'll give you the $75 for the half hour of time it takes for our coalition. Literally, because once you get the electronic information, you do the Excel and you say whose name didn't appear, and then you compare it with the other things. That's it. Everything else works the same amount of time on our end, the same amount of time on your end, and we have already gone through the process for the deadbeats, kicked them out. You don't have to go through the process of, well, what's wrong with this guy? He hasn't done it yet. Why do you want to know that 7 people didn't go to their 8-hour course? You don't care. You care if they've refused to do it, and then we kick them out. That's what you care about, right? Now, if you do care, you want to know along the way, then we're going to have a whole lot of paperwork saying, of the 6,000 growers, 4,723 have gone to their 1-hour course, and the other haven't yet. You don't want to know that. You want to know who we kicked out. We just don't want to give you the list that says, go after these guys. We want you to develop the list that says, I think I need to go after these guys. Anyway, that's my point. I'm sorry that we've talked about it ad
Oh, gosh, I think that can be done to satisfy both folks if we could just find a way to get to that point.
Yes.
And
If you, I want to
both
show
sides
you,
of the issue, and I keep going back to my master spreadsheet where you've checked off the ones in the far left column that are in good standing.
that might work, Mr. Chairman. I would defer to the actual representatives of the RCD and the
Understand.
coalition. But rest assured, although it takes a little time to contact people, we have no interest in keeping somebody who says, I sent my money and I'm not going to those things. Within a certain amount of time frame, we're going to say, too bad, you're out. You can find them all you want.
You're a nicer guy than that, John. I know you.
Not really.
Just a second. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tess, you're going to enlighten us on something that's very, very important. I've heard from Jennifer.
And Mr. Chair, I spoke with Ms. Dunham before she spoke, and she gave me a handout that she's going to be wanting to use in her comments, and I wanted to give those to you now. I've looked at them. They're suggested edits to the information sheet, and I'll pass that over to Karen right now.
Alex is too kind. Joe is kind enough to actually go back and help make this happen. So, and Tess Dunham with some Examens and Dunn, and I'll be repeating the same comment on the Sac Valley, but Jennifer asked that I also make it here for the Delta. And the issue is going to come across as nitpicky, and it probably is, and I apologize for that. But unfortunately, wording in these orders and the information sheets can come back to haunt us in appellate court decisions and other things later on. So sometimes we as lawyers tend to be a little nitpicky, even though it may or may not be warranted. What I want to draw your attention to, and I don't know the page number in attachment A to the San Joaquin, but in the handout, you'll see an excerpt from the information sheet that talks about the implementation of water quality objectives. And the language that in the cross out and underline is language that staff is going to be putting forward in response to comments we made on the Rice Commission.
Excuse me if I can, it's page 40 in your agenda package.
Page 40 of attachment A.
Thank you, Pamela. So the issue here and the reason why we are asking for this change and why, in my mind, even though it may appear nitpicky, is important is the language as it currently exists in attachment A is basically parroting the NPDES regulations under 122.44, which of course are not applicable here to irrigated agriculture. And when determining interpretation of water quality objectives in these orders, the regional board needs to comply with the basin plan and the policy for interpreting objectives, but is not held to 122.44 of the federal regulations. So we are crossing out the language that really reflects the federal regulations that are not applicable, and instead Joe is inserting or proposing in the Rice order, and we are proposing it be added here as well, language that better tracks the basin plan, which is the applicable regulatory requirement.
So you're simply making changes to paragraph 2
yes,
of that section A on page 40 of the information sheet. And we've made this change at that you'll be hearing about it in the next item. We're not opposed to this from staff. And I don't know if it's been caught in the other board orders. As time moves on, we'll correct those as well.
So this is, we can join hands and sing Kumbaya Law, right?
yeah. And in the sake of probably creating more confusion than necessary, and I'm going to tepidly stick my toe into the issue that's been just discussed previously. I know why, right? And I would just make one observation and comment that in looking at the orders, I do think that the Delta folks have some very valid constructive points in that, the membership lists are in two different sections, totally separated apart. You have one that talks about the membership list, and you need to identify revocations and pending revocations. And then you have this other language that that was up here in the slide that talks about on your membership list, you need to identify, have people done X, Y, and Z, the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I would say for me, although I think Joe and Alex disagree, that I found the number 5 in that paragraph quite confusing because it talks about otherwise in good standing, which suggests you are revocating their membership. But when you look at that section, it doesn't suggest that for any of those 4 things, membership does need to be revoked. So I just ask you to take a look that I think there is some confusion between the two different provisions. They're not simultaneous within the order. They're under different sections, and that may be part of the confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Tess?
Dr. Longley, if I might, on the late revisions that were handed out, I think the first strikeout, the Sacramento San Joaquin Basin Plan, should not be struck. Otherwise, we don't have a noun. So.
I think nouns are overrated anyways.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was going to say the same thing, yeah.
The one that was just handed out, right? Okay. At this point, then, we are at closing comments for the San Joaquin. Excuse me. Your name is? Oh, Carrie. I'm sorry. You know why I didn't call your card? Because I looked at it and says, I could pronounce this name. And then I put it down in the wrong pile.
Oh,
Sorry.
I have one for the other one, too. So I have 2 cards
Okay.
in.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Carrie Fisher with California Farm Bureau Federation, representing the county farm bureaus within the San Joaquin and Delta Coalition boundaries. Just a few comments. I've made these for many of the other WDRs, and many of them have already been made today. Just to echo on what has already been talked about with regard to what role the RCD should be put in place, I'd like to echo what the coalition has already stated about the unique situation they are in with an RCD being the lead rather than some of the other third-party groups, and also to further iterate what Tess Dunham just spoke on with regard to the 2 different portions of the order that talk about membership. She's specifically talking about number 5 of the list of provisions on page 24 of the order and comparing that to section 8B on page 31 with regard to your annual membership list. So our suggestion is, if the board feels that the RCD's previous comments about changing the membership and only reporting good standing versus those that are revoked are not something that you guys feel that you can go back to the August draft and adopt, that perhaps instead you could delete number 5 on page 24, so that way this potential confusion with the 2 different membership reporting sections of the order would be a little bit clearer and cleaner for all involved. With regard to the EO or the executive officer's discretion to change the reporting frequency, as it currently is right now, the executive officer's discretion doesn't kick in until June of 2018, and the RCD gave some examples of why that potentially should be changed, and we would support making a deadline sooner than 2018 to allow the executive officer's discretion earlier. Again, she would have the discretion, so if it wasn't warranted, say that the date, I'm just using an example, this is not something, say that the RCD is supporting it. If it was 2016, she could always say, oh, it's not appropriate at this time, but we would support changing that date to something sooner rather than the 2018. To reiterate some of the comments we've already put in our letter, we do have some concerns with the costs, as already spoken, and we do still maintain our CEQA concerns with regard to the proposed order's compliance with CEQA and its analysis of the alternatives and the increased costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come forward. Give your testimony, please.
Thank you, Dr. Longley, members of the board. My name is Julianne Phillips on behalf of the San Joaquin Farm Bureau Federation. I represent those growers who are most impacted by this order today. The one thing that I really want to hit home on is the cost of this to the growers. As Ms. Fisher stated, the California Farm Bureau has outlined their problems in the CEQA document. And in the mitigation, it directly states that there's going to be ag land loss because of the direct and indirect expenses of this program. For a community like ours that's very slowly rebuilding itself, agriculture is such an integral part of our economy that we really can't bear any more burdens. The nitrogen management plan is the one place that we see that we can really make some improvements in that direction. The idea of self-certification is a good one. We need ways that we can implement that program in a cost-effective manner so that if the growers have to comply with it, they're in that high vulnerability area, they can do so in a way that's not an additional expense to them. Of course, the coalition fees are going to go up. And of course, that's closely attenuated to the most belabored point today, which is that we need that third-party organization. The RCD took on that responsibility for our growers. They are an organization that helps our growers, and they're run by growers. And they really don't like the idea of turning in their neighbor. And where that leaves the members is sort of somewhere in the lurch if they can't pick up this responsibility, which they have said they won't do. The idea of them fingering their neighbors when they've worked so hard to put a friendly face on their organization isn't fair. And there is a compromise that can be reached. It is a simple comparison analysis and minimal deductive reasoning and a phone call. That is all. It's not an additional burden to anyone to make this compromise because, you know, as we've spoken about, we are able to boast such a high membership in our coalition, and it's because of this consistency. And if we lose the consistency, we're going to lose the membership, and it's not going to be good for anyone when it comes to compliance and actually doing something to improve groundwater quality.
I'm afraid it's not quite as simple, in my opinion, as you infer, but I think there's some good points have been made why there needs to be strong consideration given to this before we vote.
Well, we would certainly appreciate the consideration given to this issue, and with that, I just want to say that there's a real you said that punitive action doesn't equal enforcement, but in their mind it does, and in the grower's mind it does as well. And as a Farm Bureau, we work really hard. Of course we don't like this order, but we're going to do everything we can to help our members implement it in a way that's best appropriate for their farm. And if we can do that in a way that there's compromise on both sides, there's consistency in the people that they're dealing with, then that's going to be best for everybody. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions, members of the board? Thank you very much for your testimony. Anybody else whose card didn't make it up here? Thank you. We'll go now to closing comments by the RCD. Mike, do you have any? Jennifer? Jack? No. Thank you very much. Closing comments by staff.
Did you want to say something, Joe? Okay, but I'll say something at the end, too.
So I guess I'd like to end on a positive note. I mean, it's actually encouraging that we're focused on 2 or 3 things that are of concern when you look at the order as a whole. I know you have a lot of deliberation still in terms of where you would like to land on those remaining issues. However, I think the encouraging and positive thing is after long discussions with this coalition and other members of the ag community, we actually have a pretty strong and robust overall order that it's a big deal. I mean, we're expanding into dealing with groundwater quality issues. We're going to get more information on management practices. And it's going to be a challenge, and it's going to be difficult, and we're going to learn, I think, as we go along in terms of what is most effective. And what you have before you, I think, I'd still recommend adoption of the staff recommendation. is, our best estimate or judgment as to what will be overall effective and legally defensible, and provides us with the information we need to evaluate compliance of the members with the order, and to be able to do our job effectively and try to keep our costs low so we don't need more staff to administer this program, as well as keeping the cost of the third-party group low. So I think overall, what you have before you and what you've heard is we are moving in a direction that we're generally comfortable with the understanding there's uncertainty and there are things we're going to have to learn and adapt to as we move along. So with that, I'd still recommend adoption of the order with the late revisions.
Thank you, Joe. Tess spoke to.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Sorry.
Have we determined there are late revisions yet, or did you fix? And that was my question. Did you fix the
Yeah, John. Just let me ask my question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
We'll get to that in a minute. Tess mentioned a couple of conflicts in the order itself.
Well, yeah, and I think she also qualified that as saying, when she spoke to Alex and I, we don't see that as those as conflicts. I mean, there's the one part of the order that talks about the third party providing the list and identifying members who have failed to do certain things or not maintain good standing. And then there's another part of the order about the submittal of the actual submittal of the membership list, where they identify who their members are, or if there are any that are pending revocation. So I don't actually see that as, from our perspective, as.
I guess I'd like to spend some time on this because I know we're going to hear about it on the next order this afternoon, and we might as well take care of it now.
Okay, well, I'm going to get my copy of the order. I was hoping just to give you a nice summary and sit down.
So,
Okay.
so the order, it's on page 30 in your agenda package, where, and looking at this and chatting with Alex, somewhere on either page 23 or 30, we should have cross-referenced these. And I think I would tend to agree with Tess a little bit that because of item 5 on page 23, it's not sure what we mean by otherwise maintain good standing when we have them to, because I'm not sure if 1 through 4 automatically constitutes revoking their membership. So that is unclear, at least in my reading of it now that I'm looking at the two parts. And one fix could be just to simply strike number 5 and leave 1 through 4. And then if they're pending revocation, there could be other good standing issues, fees or whatever that's identified on the list they provide. We should also provide a cross-reference, either page 23 referencing 30 or 30 referencing 23 on what all has to be added on a membership list.
I think that I would be open to looking at striking item number 5. Another option might be to just cross out the word otherwise, but I still think that then you're requiring them to fail to or to list members who fail to maintain good standing, and that is a lot more subjective than the other ones, which were much more objective and part of our order. So I'd be interested in that.
You're talking about this.
Yes, sorry. Relation to the on page 23.
Page 23. Or seat 9.
Yeah, and I think I would echo what Jenny just said about, and this goes back to probably the very first question I asked Jennifer was, are those yes or no questions? And it sort of eliminates the whole idea of subjectiveness. And I think if the RCD is keeping track of this data, it's not turning over bad actors, it's just reporting data without any subjectiveness to it. And if there's a whole nother section that you're either in good standing or not, that's probably where our first look is going to be. And we've talked about implementation, and that's certainly one of the implementation issues that the RCD and the staff will have to work through is what does all this mean and how does it look? But I don't want them in a subjective position, and reporting a yes or no, true or false type of answer to me seems reasonable.
Jennifer, do you have any issues with dropping this? Can you come to the mic, please?
I think it would be a very helpful revision. If we can't have the language that we've previously negotiated, this would be a middle ground. Removing item 5 does, I think, add clarity, because in another section of the order, we're going to be submitting, it requires submission of a membership list and a list of revoked or pending revocation, and we can now separate that action from what you're asking for in this other paragraph, which what I'm hearing from staff and the board, which I think was helpful today for everyone, is that this is different from revocation. This is simply a list of certain tasks that staff wants to be apprised of if members aren't in compliance with those specific tasks. So eliminating number 5 would definitely bring clarity to the issue.
Thank you. Now, to be real clear, we'd be eliminating number 5 on what page?
Page 23.
Okay, I can walk through the,
Oh, okay.
you know,
23,
the
I don't see a
revision
number 5 on 23.
that is being contemplated.
Oh, 5, the last I see.
So yeah, on paragraph 9, you would
Subparagraph 5, gotcha.
you would strike the last part of that sentence that beginning with or and then number 5.
And then
Otherwise,
so
fail
after
to.
number 3, there will be, after the semicolon, there'll be an or.
There'll be an or after the
Right,
colon
good.
following item 3. And then in terms of the cross-reference, I believe it's that Pamela was suggesting cross-referencing the membership list. I think the cross-reference should be here and on page 23, where we're mentioning for the first time in the second sentence of that paragraph as part of the membership list, submittal, and then the cross-reference would follow the word submittal required by section Roman numeral 8, period B. So that's pointing back to the section of the order that is talking in more detail about the membership list submittal.
And that's on page 34?
Page 30 of your agenda package, Dr.
30
Long.
of the agenda package, okay.
Yeah, page 30 is the Roman numeral 8B
Gotcha, B,
membership list.
great, okay.
And is that clear to you, Alex, that the revocation list is built independent of this ministerial action on page 23? That it's an attachment, but they're not, one doesn't lead to the being on the revocation list?
Yes, that's clear to me. It's always been, in my mind, and probably staff's mind, a separate reporting function. But it appears that now the RCD is, or the coalition is also in agreement that these are separate, so which is good.
Do we have clarification on this? Good. Let's move on. On the, there was a request to remove duplicative farm evaluation requirements from an annual basis if there was no change.
I have a question about that. Is there an option each year to have a grower just check a box certifying that there are no changes?
Yeah, there would be no problem with the farm evaluation template if there were, no changes from the previous year, just to check that box and certify, which doesn't sound a lot different than what they were kind of suggesting, as an alternative, if that's actually the case. And again, what I want to go back to is that if we're in a high vulnerability area and we're not seeing water quality improved and everybody's checking a box that they're not changing, that's actually a problem and isn't suggestive of reduced monitoring. It's actually, or reporting, it's actually suggested of you need to do some more because the problem's not getting fixed.
But that's no different than filling out the form with the same thing each year.
Well, but in some of the examples being given, if you listen to what was being talked about, is when you have an infrastructure practice, like you're putting in drip irrigation or you're putting in a return system. Now, certainly those aren't necessarily going to change from year to year, but there are many other practices that are really more management science-based practices that could and maybe in some cases should change in order to address a given water quality problem.
It's kind of what I hear you saying is you're open to a template that allows great flexibility.
Well, we have that. I mean, the executive officer's already approved a template for the East Side Coalition, and the provisions in the order basically say we would provide that template to the coalition, and they would have an opportunity to comment and make modifications if they felt like there were certain things for their coalition that made more sense, or there was some way of better indicating no change type of thing. So I think that that's very doable within the context of the order without any changes to the language.
And you're acceptable to web-based templates that.
Right, that's part of what's envisioned through the order is, the opportunity to have, use web-based, or if an app is developed or something like that. Certainly, and we understand that there can be challenges with folks who don't necessarily have access to that technology. So I'm sure there will be, hard copies as well. But if practices really aren't changing a lot from year to year, and they're the best practices, the initial effort's going to be the bigger effort, and then the subsequent, if there aren't a lot of changes, can be relatively simple.
Any, Carmen?
Well, one of the concerns that I had heard from Mike was that it made a difference if they had to collect the information every year, even if it was the same information, that it made a difference between having 1.5 staff persons to 3, because even if the information isn't changing, they're still collecting 6,000 one year, 6,000 the second year, as opposed to 6,000 one year and then only whatever number the second year.
Yeah, again, there's a couple things. One, we're speculating quite a bit that there are absolutely going to be no changes. And again, I keep coming back to, we're talking about areas where there are water quality problems. So I don't know that we want to start off assuming that, well, everybody who's got a vineyard is going to be doing the exact same thing, even if there are water quality problems associated with areas that have vineyards. Now, I can't imagine that the level of effort to have a data entry person initially enter all the information for a given parcel and given fields is the same as coming back and getting a form from a grower that says, okay, I certify that everything I sent last year is what I'm doing this year. That seems like it's a relatively sort of simple, check. It's funny. They're telling you guys how simple it is for us to do comparisons of membership lists. I'm telling you how simple it is for them to manage their data.
That's what I was thinking when you were talking.
Yes. We're going to find out, aren't we? So, and so again, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be any costs. There aren't going to be any people that need to enter and manage the information. Again, just to provide context, we're doing this instead of requiring a heck of a lot more monitoring, which would be really expensive, and is what you all in other contexts talk about with other dischargers, is doing a lot of monitoring.
I think one of the important things is for consistency also, is that gives us an opportunity to work across coalitions, developing reporting techniques which are much more efficient, much less time intensive for the folks reporting, and don't require as much data entry after the initial data entry is made by the grower. This is important, certainly in the long term, not only to cut costs, but just quite frankly allow people to do other things other than reporting.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about that. I don't really have any suggestions for changes, but we grow walnuts. We're a permanent crop grower, and if we don't make any changes in our management practices over 5 years, then there's something really going wrong with our farm. So yes, I agree that, especially if we were and we might be in a designated high vulnerability area, that I expect that we should be looking at what we're doing and making sure that what we're doing is protective of water quality and making changes. So I absolutely agree with what you're saying, and And every 5 years is a very long time to not be making any changes.
Any further discussion on this item? There was, if not then, there was a request to move up the time period given the EO discretion. And it's now 2018, and obviously Pamela probably wants to comment on this, but 2017, is that an issue? If it were changed from 2018 to 2017?
It's not an issue. It's just that I tend to agree with Joe. By the time we start gathering information, we have some information regarding best management practices and the assessment of their ability to be effective or not. I mean, most likely, I would be hard pressed for those in high vulnerable areas to approve anything much sooner than 2018. You can certainly move it there, but that's probably not going to change much of our opinion unless they can demonstrate they're truly doing everything above and beyond what others are doing. Because if they're in high vulnerable area, Joe makes the great point. They're there because we have issues and concerns with the quality of groundwater below them.
And my view is changing the date would not harm water quality, and it wouldn't necessitate anything different than what we're doing. But not changing the date basically locks us in to have to come back to the board if we ever want to deal with this. So I'd be
I mean,
in
you could
favor.
remove the date. It's not going
Yeah,
to change.
I was actually going to propose something earlier and just give you discretion altogether, because in the end, the water quality aspects of the program will drive your decision.
There's just been a lot of issue and concern by many other parties about the EO discretion. And so it is a concern even at the state board level when they reviewed the Region 3 Central Coast order.
So just to be clear, we're talking about page 26 of the order. Midway down that page, there's a heading that says all members in high vulnerability areas. And there's a sentence there, it's the last sentence of that paragraph, says after June 15th, 2018, the executive officer may approve reduction in frequency under the following conditions. So yeah, if the date is removed, the board has still confined the discretion of the executive officer in approving or disapproving the reduction. So the discretion issue hasn't really changed much other than the date, and the date is just more of a procedural thing than a substantive item.
Right. So I mean, to me, if removing the date is too big a hurdle, 16 is. I think 17 isn't much of a compromise, but I think the discretion lies with the direct executive officer either
Keep
way.
in mind they're not submitting their first one till 2015, so they.
Okay, so 2017 is fine with me.
Yeah, and I like that point too.
Okay. Any other issues that you'd like to discuss before we go to voting?
Hold on.
Oh yes, yes.
The outreach event frequency, did we solve that issue?
That's a conundrum.
Which conundrum? I'm sorry.
The double approval of the outreach event.
Well, we were just going to talk about that. We're trying to find. I can't remember where it is. We were going to strike that.
Okay.
EO approval.
I wrote down page 20 of the WDR.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Item B, or wait,
Yeah, B4.
or is that in the?
Yeah, it's page 20. It's section 4B4,
Okay.
and it's in the middle of the paragraph 4. So the member or designee may participate in person or through a web-based program, period. And
So yeah, if you strike that
Yeah.
sentence at that point in time, then the third party maintains the ability to approve, all outreach programs, including web-based ones, and the executive officer would not be required to do a second approval of a web-based program.
Yeah, that's more clear. Yes.
Good. Any further discussion on this issue?
I had one more question, and it's not on this issue. So I mean, it's just this.
Okay,
this item, but-
are we clear with this issue? Right. Okay, go on to your other issue, John.
And it had to do with and we haven't talked about it all today. I just want to make sure from an implementation standpoint, there's nothing sort of outside our control that would limit us from being able to move forward. There was some discussion we had. I just want to, if there's any other issues that we think are problematic, I just want to make sure that, I guess I don't have direction if they're not in our control, but if there's anything the board needs to follow up on, I'd just like to hear it at some future point.
Okay, let's go through the proposed revisions then. One of the proposed revisions we just discussed was moving 2018 to 2017. John, are you going to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
But let's see then what
Okay, right.
revisions you're going to include in your motion. So that's 2017.
Well, so can we walk through this? So it's section 4B4 of the order, and it's removing the word "that is approved by the executive officer."
Right.
And then it's section 4C9 on page 23 of your order. And we're going to add on the second sentence, as a part of the membership list submittal required in section 8B. And then it continues on as it's reading, and then after number 3, failed to participate as requested in third-party studies for which the third party is the lead, semicolon, or for, and then it continues to read as is, and then you put a period after the end of the close paren on number 4 and strike or and the number 5 afterwards.
And then additionally, we've got the...
Yes, and then in section 7,
Okay.
7B, 1A, under the subparagraph for all members in high vulnerable
Right.
areas, we'll strike after 15 June 2018 and change 2018 to 2017.
Right.
The executive officer may approve reduction. And then we have the changes proposed to the information sheet.
Right, that's page 40 of attachment A. And we're revising it in accordance with the handout, which was corrected to reinstate the noun, Sacramento San Joaquin Basin Plan. Those are the 4 revisions that we've
Okay.
discussed.
For the board approval.
And the word, the Sacramento San Joaquin Basin Plan's been struck out here. Shouldn't that stay in?
Yes, that's right. On that handout, the revision is reflected in that handout, except for that stricken Sacramento San Joaquin Basin Plan is actually rejected, and that language should
Right,
be
stays
in
in,
the
right.
revision. Stays in.
And then you have the other one, late revision, handed out where or facilitate Central Valley Water
Well,
Board.
that is simply in the, that's response to comments, and the board doesn't approve response to comments.
Okay, that's response comments, right, okay. So, clear?
Clear.
Go ahead.
So I move that we adopt the WDR with the 4 late revisions that we just walked through.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, this is a voice vote. All in favor of the motion with the late revision state so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Abstentions? Motion carries, and we'll go to lunch, and we'll try to be back out here. Do we have anything for closed session?
No, we don't have anything to
Good.
discuss in closed session.
We'll be back out here at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, folks. We're back in order. Back in session, I should say. And before we get started and we go to item number 6, Bruce told me that we would be out here by 1:30, so I'll give Bruce till 1:35 since we're about 4 minutes late. This is the time and place for a public hearing to accept testimony regarding adoption of general waste discharge requirements for members of a third-party group in the Sacramento River Watershed. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures that were published with the agenda. This time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. Thank you. Following the staff presentation, the total time allowed for testimony is as follows. California Valley. The Sacramento Valley Coalition, 20 minutes. California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, 10 minutes. Each group will be allowed an additional 5 minutes for closing statements. All other persons shall limit their testimony to 3 minutes. Additional time may be requested from the chair, and a timer will be used. Please state your name, address, and affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before you testify. And does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Yes, I believe that Board Member Moffitt has a disclosure to make, and this is the same disclosure that she made at our workshop on the Sacramento Valley administrative draft.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat the disclosure that I had made back in October on at the workshop. I work for Dixon Ridge Farms, my family's farming operation. Dixon Ridge Farms is expecting to enroll under the new Sacramento Valley WDR if adopted. I have obtained written permission or opinion from the Fair Political Practices Commission that I do not have a material financial interest in the outcome of the Sacramento Valley proceedings. Despite my employment at the company, I feel that I can be fair and impartial in considering the proposed WDRs.
Thank you, Jenny. This time we'll take testimony from staff.
Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Mark Cady, and I am an environmental scientist in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I have taken the oath. I will be presenting an overview of the Sacramento River Watershed waste discharge requirements proposed for adoption today. For simplicity, I will refer to the proposed Sacramento River Watershed order in this presentation as the proposed order or the order. The agenda material includes the proposed order, the comments received, as well as staff response to comments. You should also have proposed late revisions. First, I will briefly review the process we have gone through to get to this point. The administrative draft of the order was released on the 11th of September, 2013. There was an opportunity to provide written comments during the public review period, as well as during the October 30th workshop. Staff revised the order based on the public input and board direction. The tentative order was released on the 19th of December and was revised following another round of public review and comments. The tentative order was released on the 19th of December and was revised following another round of public review and comments. I said that. I didn't move my thumb. In this presentation, I will provide an overview of the most important characteristics of the order. I will then summarize the most significant changes from the administrative version discussed at the workshop, and finally, I will briefly go over the comments received and staff responses to the comments. This order applies to the entire Sacramento River watershed, which extends from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta in the south to the Oregon border in the northeast. This third-party area is organized into 13 sub-watershed areas and covers all or portions of 20 counties. There are 88 groundwater basins and subbasins in the order area. The order considered for adoption today will protect both surface water and groundwater quality. Members of the third party are accountable in a number of important ways. First, they must meet farm management performance standards. Second, they must meet receiving water limitations to protect beneficial uses And finally, they must prepare plans and reports to describe what they are doing to protect water quality. Rather than requiring comprehensive monitoring at every farm, a representative monitoring approach is used in combination with extensive reporting of management practice implementation. The third party monitors and assesses water quality conditions using locations representative of land use and management practices. Similarly, the management practices evaluation program for groundwater may use site conditions in one area to be representative of other areas with similar conditions. Under this order, the third party is required to collect and evaluate comprehensive management practice and water quality information. Evaluation of this information in combination with studies conducted by the third party will inform the regional board of where management practices need to be improved and which practices are effective at protecting water quality. The information collected will help identify priority areas based on vulnerability to water quality problems. Member requirements are determined by these designations. High vulnerability areas will be subject to more intensive requirements. As a whole, the order's requirements provide an enforceable regulatory structure to protect water quality. In the next few slides, I will review revisions that have been made to the order since our workshop last October. Based on feedback from the board at the workshop, extended timelines for small farms have been removed from the WDR and all schedules. Changes were made to the order and information sheet to exclude discharges from lands used to grow rice for seed. These discharges will be covered by the California Rice Commission order. As with all the other ILRP orders, this one now allows for more than one third party to operate in the order area. Language was added, recognizing that receiving water limitations also apply to trends of degradation that threaten beneficial uses. Also, text was added to clarify the conditions under which a third-party member is in compliance with the order when receiving water limitations are not being met. These changes are consistent with orders in the third-party areas. One of the concerns raised at the October workshop related to wetlands and the differences between managed wetlands and crops. The way irrigated lands are counted was changed to exclude upland habitat. This will reduce the acres counted towards the state fee. Since fertilizer is not applied to managed wetlands, the requirement for a nitrogen management plan was removed. Since the farm evaluation template may not be appropriate for managed wetlands, a managed wetland evaluation template may be developed by the third party. A similar concern was raised regarding the sediment and erosion control plan, so a template specific to wetlands can be developed if necessary. Revisions to the information sheet. In response to comments from the public, the proposed draft of the information sheet has a more detailed description of waste discharges from irrigated lands. A description of potential impacts that managed wetlands may have on water quality has been added. More detail on the representative monitoring strategy has been provided. Text has been added to show that information provided by growers will be used to evaluate management practices. And text has been added to the information sheet that describes how this order is consistent with anti-degradation policy. Revisions to the monitoring and reporting program. Language has been added to the MRP describing when pesticide degradates should be included in the monitoring program. In Appendix 3 of the MRP, board staff has added notation to show where monitoring sites are situated in relation to crop distribution in the landscape. In addition, staff has updated the tables of monitoring sites to show all the areas that are represented by each monitoring site. Attachment D, CEQA findings, has been revised to include a description of the costs of direct regulation of farmers as elaborated in the programmatic EIR under Alternative 5. Now we can look at some of the comments received during the public comment period. The written responses to each of the comments are available in greater detail in the agenda package. On the slides, you will note that comments from the public are represented in black and staff responses are represented in green italics. Both the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition and the California Farm Bureau made the following comment on the reduced monitoring management practice verification option. In the tentative order, this option applied only to areas where there is a low intensity of agricultural land use in the subwatershed. The commenters requested that this condition be removed. Staff does not believe the proposed revision is appropriate. The reduced monitoring option is intended to provide a lower cost process to confirm member compliance in areas where discharges from irrigated agriculture have a relatively low potential to impact surface water quality. The monitoring regime in intensively farmed areas has already been reduced with a representative monitoring program. Further reduction of monitoring in areas with significant agricultural discharge would leave the board with insufficient water quality data for streams most susceptible to agricultural impacts. However, after discussions with the coalition, staff is proposing a late revision, including the language, using the language that was in the tentative instead of the proposed order, the latter of which would have limited the option to areas with 5% or less of agricultural land use. Under the current waiver, there have been 2 watersheds, El Dorado and Napa, participating in the Management Practices Pilot Program. This pilot program includes a reduced monitoring component. The Sacramento Valley Coalition requested that these areas be permitted to forego monitoring in 2015 as a part of the Reduced Monitoring Management Practices Verification option, which is described in the proposed MRP. Staff does not believe the proposed modification is appropriate. While the reduced monitoring option is similar to the pilot program, the requirements are not identical. One of the proposed order's requirements associated with the reduced monitoring option is to conduct comprehensive monitoring 1 of every 5 years. Given that the pilot programs were first adopted in 2010, it is reasonable for the first year of comprehensive monitoring for these areas to begin in 2015. Any subwatershed participating in the reduced monitoring option will be required to perform comprehensive monitoring in the first year. The Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition stated a concern that monitoring may be required more than once per month and requests that language in the MRP be changed to ensure monitoring during at least 2 storm runoff events each year, without referring to the possibility of monitoring more than once per month. Staff does not propose to make the requested changes. This requirement is not related exclusively to the storm monitoring requirements, which were previously modified to address this concern as it related to storm monitoring. As it stands, the language in the proposed order requires the third party to identify the appropriate frequency for each constituent being monitored. It is staff's intent that the order be read to require monitoring more than once per month if a constituent's use and/or chemical characteristics warrant more frequent monitoring in order to verify compliance. The El Dorado Agricultural Water Quality Management Corporation requests that the definition of facilities that may be subject to inspection under this order be specific to those facilities associated with the irrigated agricultural operation. Members may have facilities that are not associated with their irrigated agricultural operations and which are located on site. Staff does not believe the requested change is necessary. Facilities not associated with the irrigated land's operation would not be subject to the conditions of the order and therefore are not subject to inspections under the proposed order. Furthermore, inspections of facilities and irrigated lands will be conducted only if consent to conduct the inspection is provided or if an administrative search order is obtained. The El Dorado Farm Bureau contends that the administrative burden of adding new member data and reporting requirements adds expenses that must be borne by members, imposing a disproportionate burden on small farms and ranches. The commenter states that the economic effect on El Dorado County growers is understated. Staff does not agree with the statement that the economic effect has been understated or with the premise that the costs are unreasonable. The commenter has not provided any data or information by which staff can evaluate the commenter's assertion. Also, some administrative costs have been reduced by removing the extended reporting schedules for small farms. Comments regarding the participation of managed wetlands in this program were provided by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Cosumnes River Preserve. Management of wetlands is fundamentally different from that of commercial agriculture. Goals and objectives for managed wetlands include, but are not limited to, sustainable water management and use, establishment and maintenance of aquatic and terrestrial fish and wildlife habitat, and visitor services. Staff agrees that managed wetlands differ in many ways from irrigated agriculture. Staff has added background to the information sheet, including discussion of some of the differences enumerated by the commenters. However, in a number of instances, irrigated agriculture takes place in conjunction with wetland management, suggesting that these activities can be closely connected. In addition, although the intended outcomes may differ, there are similarities between managed wetlands and irrigated agriculture, including managing water to optimize vegetative growth, controlled release of water, and efforts to control undesirable vegetation. One comment suggested that no scientific evidence has been provided showing managed wetlands discharge waste or cause water quality impairments. Staff has reviewed the reports and studies showing that discharge from managed wetlands may affect water quality by influencing, among other things, dissolved oxygen concentrations and methylmercury loading. Additionally, the treatment of conveyance structures and roads may contribute to sediment discharge from wetland properties. Staff added references to the information sheet regarding the potential impacts of managed wetlands on water quality. Commenters stated that inclusion of managed wetlands into the existing structure of the order's templates and control plans are hampered by fundamental differences in land management, such that the reporting templates do not adequately apply. As stated previously, nitrogen management plans will not be required from the managed wetlands. Also, the WDR has been modified to allow the third party to submit a request for approval of a managed wetland evaluation template and a wetland-specific sediment and erosion control plan template if managed wetlands are identified as potential source of sediment. There were also concerns raised that limited funding available to state and federal managed wetlands would best be utilized to address overall water quality goals and objectives as they apply to the management of these unique properties, and that managed wetlands should not be required to be in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. However, Port of Cologne applies to all potential dischargers of waste, including federal and state agencies with managed wetlands. The proposed order is an option available to obtain necessary regulatory coverage. Wetland owners and operators may obtain regulatory coverage through other means. The commenters recommended further discussion between wetland managers and the Water Board to find a way forward that recognizes managed wetlands functions and values within the context of overall water quality goals. Board staff welcomes the opportunity for further discussion with wetland managers in order to meet the regulatory mandates and goals for both managed wetlands and water quality. Staff recently met with wetland managers to further explore options and are continuing the dialogue. The California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, or CSPA, and the California Water Impact Network, or CWIN, have suggested that individual farm monitoring should be required and that it has not been demonstrated that such monitoring would be an unreasonable cost burden. Information has been added on the potential impacts to agricultural production and to jobs with an individual monitoring, direct reporting regulatory approach. The cost to members would be over 80% higher than the proposed order. Many of the comments from CSPA and CWIN seem to be primarily focused on what they saw as a fundamental problem, that receiving water monitoring was not sufficient to meet legal requirements. Their comments reflected the view that only farm-specific monitoring should be adequate to meet those requirements. Staff believes that receiving water monitoring meets legal requirements. Receiving water monitoring is designed to collect critical water quality information on agricultural constituents of concern across seasons and a full range of different cropping patterns. Irrigated land use near monitoring sites is similar to land use further from sampling sites and is adequately representative of those areas. The representative monitoring program required by the previous waiver has identified a number of major surface water quality problems, having triggered multiple management plans for a number of constituents. In addition, the monitoring conducted demonstrated that a number of water quality improvements occurred, suggesting the basic monitoring approach can work. However, the surface water monitoring in the proposed order is not identical to the previous monitoring. We worked with the coalition to improve the monitoring design and to get more value out of the information collected while containing costs. Although field-specific monitoring can and likely will have a place under this order, it is important to note that critical water quality issues can be missed with a field discharge monitoring only program. In a field-specific monitoring program, some constituent pathways to receiving water, such as aerial drift and sheet flow between properties, would be missed. One of the benefits of the approach of the order is that improved practices must be implemented in the whole area represented by a monitoring site. Even if a problem identified from a specific event may only be caused by a few growers, all growers who could be contributing to that type of problem must examine whether their practices need to be improved. It is also important to note that the order does not rely on monitoring alone to determine compliance. Monitoring information combined with management practice information submitted by third-party members and inspections conducted by the board will allow the board to determine compliance. Staff therefore disagrees with CSPA's assertions regarding the program deficiencies and that the only remedy is a costly individual monitoring and reporting approach. In addition to the late revisions mentioned previously, there are a small number of minor corrections that have been made to the information sheet and the MRP and are shown on the page that was handed out at the beginning of this presentation.
Excuse me. You also, if I can clarify, I think it was slide number 12 when you were discussing that. Yes, you made the statement that nevertheless, you mentioned a change, I thought, that you had made in relation to this comment.
Yeah, so it's in the, you should have two sets of
Yes.
late revisions. So there's one set that's dated yesterday. And if you go to the second page, it says, and below the change to the table where it says
Okay.
page 9, etc. So there's a bullet where there's the addition of there is a low intensity of agricultural land use in the subwatershed. So that particular bullet is actually the language we had originally in the tentative order, and so we're kind of going back to that language, or we're proposing to go back to that language. And the other thing I wanted to point out too is we handed you a second late revision dated today, which addresses the changes in the information sheet that we had incorporated into the Delta order. So those are the same changes under the implementation of water quality objectives discussion in the information sheet.
Thank you. Questions, members of the board?
Should I finish the presentation?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just to sum up, this order would regulate about 1.77 million acres of irrigated farmland. It provides a balance between the need to evaluate compliance and cost of reporting. The order is adaptable to changing water quality conditions and the information gained through data collection and analysis. The board can collect more data if needed or reduce reporting burdens as justified. This order meets the requirements of the applicable basin plans, the anti-degradation policy, and other board policies. Staff recommends adoption of the order with the late revisions. At this time, I would like to submit this presentation, the agenda package, the associated board files into the record. That concludes the presentation, and staff are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions? Very good. Did a thorough job. Bruce, you have 5.5 minutes. That was in jest, of course. I don't want it in the record that I'm confining you to 5.5 minutes.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. For the record, Bruce Hadelschelt, representing the Sacramento River Watershed Coalition now. Name change there. Since the issuance, I mean, even before the issuance of the first WDR and the MRP in December 2012, the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition leadership took it upon itself to proactively engage in a discussion to craft a general order that's reflective of our landscape. And that included lately, as we came close to this date, discussions with the Sacramento River Source Protection and federal and state wetlands managers. That was important because we had set out a number of goals within ourselves, and that's to build on the success of the surface water quality program over the past decade for the coalition, to provide accountability that the regional board was looking for, to showcase the stewardship actions of the Sacramento Valley Irrigated Agriculture, to highlight our proactive culture in the coalition, and then focus resources where it's needed. We understand and respect and value the role of the board, the role of the regional board staff to protect water quality, because agriculture, water quality, and drinking water quality and aquatic life are the mission. And so we know that you're in the position of serving to protect the beneficial uses, and we're included in that beneficial use, and we certainly appreciate that. Your responsiveness and your direction at our October administrative draft workshop was enormously helpful and resulted in a lot of changes that occurred in the tentative that came before you. And what is before you today represents an earnest start toward a program that we know, much like the surface water program, we'll all learn together on. And we'll make the appropriate practical changes. The leadership of the Sacramento River Watershed Coalition is committed to doing that, to create value for all. And I want to repeat that, create value for all. Because in the Sacramento Valley, as I'm sure in other parts of the Central Valley, our agricultural economy creates these crossroads of Willows and Williams and Oroville and other places. And so we're really integrated there and interdependent. So this is not about agriculture and drinking water. This is value for all. And that's really important. One of the most important and unique changes we appreciate in here is the reduced monitoring and management practice verification. And so we're in support of the late revision, which was originally in the tentative order with respect to low intensity agriculture. I just want to highlight in conclusion something that's reflective of our proactive nature. We have begun already working on our groundwater quality assessment report. We retain the same firm that the California Rice Commission did, CH2M Hill, and we're working right now toward a goal of having that done much sooner than is required in the report. You know, with Mother Nature throwing a curveball on everybody, you know, legislature, the assembly yesterday had a informational briefing on groundwater management, not quality. But groundwater has been in the background, and sustainably managing groundwater for the Northern California Water Association and water quality for from the Sac Valley Coalition is a significant priority, and we're expending significant financial resources, close to $500,000 to do that, not just for the groundwater quality assessment report, but for groundwater resource, sustainably managing the groundwater resources. And as you've shown throughout the process, you have a sensitivity to balancing what will be increasing costs for data management and for implementation of the groundwater quality component, balancing that out with, the surface water quality program, and we certainly appreciate that. And that really concludes my comments, and I appreciate that. I'm going to have Tess Dunham, who is legal counsel to us, as well as many others, touch on a few things.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you. Tess Dunham here for the Sacramento River. I didn't know about this name change. Might want to tell your council the next time you change the name of the organization. The Sacramento River Watershed Coalition. Just a couple of quick comments we want to make. First of all, we do support the late changes that staff put out yesterday. We support, obviously, the late change that Joe has been kind enough to bring forward. And I apologize that I did not catch that earlier in the process for the Sac Valley order until basically I started thinking about it last night and this morning. So my apologies for catching that late, but I appreciate staff's willingness to work with us to make those changes. I would also note that, even though we had not initially anticipated to comment with respect to the membership participant list, I think the clarifications that you made in the previous order, and the language is the same, are very helpful overall and would be clarifications that we would like to see adopted within our order as well, and ask that you do that. So we do appreciate all the work that the San Joaquin Delta did on that issue, and we won't reiterate it here. A couple of other quick things, housekeeping item. I do want to note that the CSPA comments did include Sacramento Valley specific testimonies from Mr. Bond, Mr. Jennings, and Mr. McHenry. They are kind of put out as expert testimonies, and I know that from our hearing on the West Side order, the board was not willing to remove those testimonies, but did on the record agree that they were not put forward as did not qualify as expert testimony, in that they have not qualified themselves, and I believe you made some statements on the record to that effect, and we would appreciate the same clarification here, because the written testimonies have been put forward by CSPA for the same purposes as they were in the West Side, so those clarifications would be important here as well. Mr. Longley, I see you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Dunham. Alex, could you please advise?
Yes, similar to what happened at the Los Banos hearing on the West Side San Joaquin River Watershed. We received similar submittals from CSPA that weren't particularly qualified explicitly as expert testimony, and back then the request was to exclude from the record that testimony, and instead of accepting that request, the board acknowledged that this type of information was submitted in a timely fashion, and that it could be considered hearsay evidence, and because those particular witnesses were not at the hearing to affirm their testimony, that it would be treated as such, as hearsay information, and that any particular findings in the order would not, according to the administrative rules on hearsay, would not be the sole basis of any finding in the order, and we confirmed that it was not. In terms of the weight that the evidence, I think Ms. Ramirez might have stated a little differently in terms of how much weight was to be given to those particular exhibits, but I think it was similar to what Ms. Dunham is referencing, that the weight is not going to be, the weight accorded to that testimony is not going to be such, similar to what you might weigh, the weight that you might give to an expert. So in terms of this particular request, I think it would be appropriate to just state for the record again, that this evidence is in fact hearsay evidence, and it would not be receiving the full weight as compared to the testimony had it been given at today's hearing, and that it will not be given the weight of an expert.
I'm prepared to so rule, but first of all, I have to listen to Carmen.
What I was going to say is that Alex is right on. We make the submittal process open to everybody, and if somebody wants to submit documents based on information that they've hired a consultant to put together, and they want to submit it, then that's fine, but it will be given the same weight as every other submittal that's turned in. And not only do we not consider it expert testimony, given that we don't know, we haven't qualified these people as experts, but even further, they're not here. And so I think just for the record, that is treated as the same weight as any other submittal submitted in a timely fashion.
Any other comments by board members? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and so rule as recommended by council.
Thank you, Dr. Longley. And just a couple of other quick comments I'd like to make while I get to stand on the soapbox for a minute. Just really important to note that as hard as this has been for all of us over this last, year and a half, and we've got one more after this one coming at the end of the month, the work really begins now, and we all have a lot of work in front of us with working with our grower members, preparing all the different reports and requirements, conveying the information, farm evaluations, nitrogen management plan summaries, groundwater assessment reports, trend monitoring reports, management practice effectiveness programs, just to name a few of the specific requirements within these orders. And because there are some really uncertain times with respect to agriculture right now, in light of water allocations, in particular in Northern California, there are some uncertainties as to what agriculture is going to look like over the next year here and perhaps beyond. And so we do appreciate the time, and we look forward to working with you to implement this, and hope that we can request patience at times if necessary based upon some of the uncertainty that we all face. Thank you for your time. And we'd like to reserve just a couple of minutes for closing if necessary.
Questions?
Just, Tess, on the request to have the same changes as the Delta?
Yes.
That's the membership list clarification?
Yes.
And the outreach event?
Our outreach language is actually different. It just says sponsored outreach events, and I don't think we were going to ask for any specific changes
So it's
there.
just the membership list part? Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Very good.
And just I'd like to say that I think that Tessa's point is well taken, and I anticipate that this happens based on how I know staff, but whatever indulgences are necessary and that we can give based on the uncertainty of the environmental situation with the water would certainly be something that I would like to see.
Thank you. Like to call, at this point in time, I'd like to call CalSPA. Is there a representative here from? You've got a new client, David.
I was just stretching my legs.
Okay.
Poor choice of timing, I think.
I don't know, that looks like a tort in the audience. If anybody needs a lawyer.
Is there a representative here from CalSPA? Seeing none, then we'll move on to interested parties. And I have a card from Alessa Coleman.
No comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Bonnie Starr.
No comments at this time.
Carrie, I didn't forget you this time.
Carrie Fisher, California Farm Bureau Federation, representing the county farm bureaus in the Sac River watershed area. Similar comments that you heard me make earlier, but I need to put them on the record for this WDR as well. So please bear with me. We do reiterate some of the same concerns with regard to costs and CEQA compliance with regard to the programmatic EIR, and if the actual alternatives and the costs associated with this order were actually studied in the EIR. We do appreciate the change back to the low intensity agriculture for the reduced monitoring. Our comments that we submitted in our order, or excuse me, in our comment letter with regard to adding a little bit more flexibility with the reduced monitoring still exist. So we would prefer that the low intensity wasn't in there, but as compared to the low intensity or the 5%, if we had to pick one, we'd support Sac River Coalition's choice to go with the low intensity. So we appreciate that revision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now ready for closing comments. CalSPA does not have an individual here, so we'll move on to closing comments by the Sacramento Valley Coalition. Sacramento River Coalition, excuse me. What is it? What is it supposed to be?
Sacramento River Watershed. But you're the Sacramento Valley. What are you now anymore?
Executive Officer Creedon, you'll have to speak to your staff about the nomenclature here because we're formed as a Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, but your staff changed it to Sacramento River. So
Yeah, that's because we could have more than one coalition if one came forward. So we're making the titles more generic on the orders to not have them linked to just one name.
That's fine.
That's why.
I think
we're not picking on you. I think you guys are okay, though.
I know.
Sacramento Valley Coalition.
Sacramento River Valley Mountain.
Bruce's, we'll just call it Bruce's Coalition.
Oh, God, now I'm going to need an armed guard to get out of here. Anyway, Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you again. I just want to reiterate the commitment of the leadership of the coalition to continue to work with you to make a order that is practical and achieves the goals that were set out. So thanks very much.
And in all seriousness, Bruce, I want to thank the cooperation that you folks have shown in working with staff, because obviously it's been a big investment in time and effort on your part also.
Thanks, staff.
Okay. Closing comments by staff.
We don't have any other than if you would like to, we can read the change into the record on the changes to the membership list.
Yes, let's read those into the record.
So it would be on page 23 of your agenda package. It'd be section C9, or sorry. Is it 4? Section 4? Section 4C9. And it would be in the second sentence of that paragraph 9 would read, as part of the membership list submittal required in provision 8B, identify the growers, etc., and it goes on into numbering, and at the end of the number 4 in that list, at the end of that sentence, it would have a period at the close of parens, and then we would strike all the words after that. So we would strike or 5, otherwise fail to maintain good standing at their membership in the third-party group. And that would make this consistent with what we've done in the Delta order.
Thank you.
Other than that, we recommend with these late changes to adopt the orders proposed by staff. I'd also like to make a point that we are sensitive to the drought and the cost and the burden on the growers. We're equally sensitive to those communities and individuals impacted by polluted groundwater or impacted groundwater. So we're trying to balance that when we get requests regarding droughts on how we deal with those issues.
And we're gonna speak about that next meeting, right? Or not on the drought.
Well, the panel's going to be addressing.
With no nitrate, we had said we were bringing a drought item to the board. And
Right.
That in May.
Oh, that's in May.
Yes.
Okay.
And just to wrap up on the late revisions that Pamela discussed, we also had the 2 sets of late revisions that were introduced to the board, and then that last revision that she just walked through. Those are the ones that have been discussed at the hearing.
Is there clarification on late revisions? John is shaking his head to the negative. No clarifications needed, okay. Then are you ready to make the motion?
I will move the WDR with the late revisions as outlined and specified.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Jenny seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to voting. Voice vote. All in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Motion passes. We'll now go on to agenda item 7, and we have a substitute speaker who's not really a substitute. Yes.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Longley. I'll just give a brief introduction to the item.
Oh, at this time, I actually supposed to read something.
Go ahead.
Do my thing, huh?
Do your thing.
This is about nitrogen management control. At this time, we will hear updates on the California Department of Food and Ag Task Force and the State Water Resources Control Board expert panel regarding fertilizer application. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions regarding the presentations. Following the presentation, interested parties will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We'll now begin with the presentations. Okay?
And actually, the first presentation didn't make it onto our system, so we'll need a couple of minutes to get it on.
Good. Let's take about a 3 or 4 minute break if anybody needs it. I take it that you're ready. We need to wait for one board member to. Quite frankly, I'm happy this was a shorter meeting today. I'm ready to kick the tires, light the fire, go home. Yeah.
That's an air quality violation.
No, I kicked the tires. That's called pre-flight.
It doesn't take away from the importance of our next presentation.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Jenny's back. Thank you. We'll get started. Go ahead, Joe.
He read it already.
Good afternoon, Joe Karkoski, Chief of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. So I'm pleased to welcome Darren Paulimas from the State Water Resources Control Board. Darren is actually representing the California Department of Food and Agriculture as well, so he's very adaptable and able to represent multiple California state agencies. What Darren will be talking about, there are sort of two items, and you may recall a number of months ago we had discussions about the work that was going on with the California Department of Food and Ag Nitrogen Tracking and Reporting Task Force. Pamela was a member of that task force, and also there's a State Water Resources Control Board expert panel. So we ended up moving some of the dates associated with the East San Joaquin watershed order related to nitrogen management plans and the reporting, knowing that these groups were going to do some work and maybe inform how we should do our own nitrogen management plan reporting and tracking. So Darren's going to be providing an update on those efforts, and we're going to look forward to the results of both the task force and expert panel. So, Darren?
Thank you, Joe. Pleasure to be here. I'm going to do my best to represent Amrit Gunasakara. And stated for the record that I'm not drawing a double salary for this gig, just in case anybody wants to know. Actually, the CDFA will probably be surprised at my representation of them. But I'm going to do my best. I was on the panel, as well as your executive officer was also on the panel, so she can correct me if I go too far off path. But let me run through the work. I think actually the most important thing to say kind of up front is right on the front slide, and that's it. They have a final report out, and I think at some point in Amrit's slide set here, there is actually a website where you can get a hold of that, or we can arrange to have paper copies. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that as well. So we're going to do background, process, recommendations, and kind of a summary to wrap up the Nitrate Tracking Task Force. There's the website to get the actual full report. It's on CDFA, and actually if you also just go on there and use their search button or search field and search for nitrogen tracking, it popped up. That's how I found it the other day. So background wise, they like to point out that work on nitrate issues in groundwater in an ag context started actually back in 1987 with a legislative report, and I'm sure if you looked farther back than that, you could find it even deeper. But there is some linkage between that initial one. It did lead to the creation of the CDFA FRET program, or Fertilizer Research and Education Program. Came from some of the original work back in the 80s and 90s, and they've done obviously a substantial amount of good work with that program and educating and enhancing nutrient application throughout the state and knowledge provided there. More direct to the Nitrate Tracking Task Force, this was initiated with the legislative directive that came out of SB X21, nitrate in drinking water in 2008. The state board, as a result of that, contracted with UC Davis, which generated, listed here as the UC Davis Nitrate Report in 2012. And following that, the state board created a report in 2013 that was the state board's recommendation to the legislature on actions to go follow that. So the kind of the summing up the UC Davis report, it did expand on the 1989 report work group that was done. It I think it's no surprise to everybody, and it's widely known now that the main point of, or kind of finding of the UC Davis report was that agriculture was a large contributor of nitrate to groundwater, and part of their charge, and they did as well, propose several promising options for addressing nitrate across a broad spectrum of financing to address the impacts of it, to regulatory issues, to possible legislative action. So it's a good read, even if you read nothing else, executive summary and that component of the different things they brought together. The state board, in looking at the report, then took that and created their recommendations to the legislature. It narrowed in on several of the recommendations that came from the UC Davis group, and it had several there. I think the next slide. Yeah, there was 15 recommendations in 4 categories. We broke it down in the State Water Board report to providing safe drinking water, monitoring and assessment and notification, nitrogen tracking and reporting type recommendations, and protecting groundwater. The nitrogen tracking and tracking task force came out of recommendation 11 under number 3, as you see there. So recommendation 11 was that CDFA, in coordination with the Water Board, should convene a task force, and you can read the step there, but it was basically to do this task force to identify appropriate nitrogen tracking and reporting systems. It was to try to unify and have a statewide approach and have a broad representation of stakeholders on that task force to try to present a singular recommendation associated with that. So the process that went through is they convened a task force, including the state board, and there was 28 members on that, regional boards, drinking water, I think you might have it on here, let's see. There was drinking water, EJ groups, environmentalists, representatives, academia, and I'm sure I'm missing some, but it was a broad spectrum of different folks from associated with agriculture. And their charge was to identify the intended outcomes. Oh, here's the experts, sorry. So you can see it was a broad coverage of different types of groups. They had 4 meetings between July 29th and September 12th, 4 all-day meetings that were in a progression. In fact, a couple of them were held here in this room. And they identified ideal characteristics and systems of a key question. So page 7 references the actual final report if you wanted to take the slide presentation back to that. And review tracking reporting systems, decision and support tools used elsewhere. That was kind of one of the key spots, was analysis across the board of what was going on, including presentations from the Central Valley region, the Central Coast region. I think they had a representation as far away. Well, here's 13 evaluated. I know one of them was from the European Union. I think it was the MINUS system from, I'm going to get it wrong, is it Denmark or Holland? Correct me if I'm wrong there, Dr. Long, you probably know. And identified intended outcomes and tracking reporting system. Oh, there's the list, quickly. Sorry, it's not my presentation. I'm trying to go from memory of watching Amrit do it on Monday. So basically, the recommendation does have 8 subsections that you can see there. So it was everything from a system structure all the way to then recommendations about phase-in, limitations. There was some stuff put in there even about potential benefits. So it was a pretty thorough report, and the group, for 4 days of meeting with the group we had, it was a pretty amazing outcome in my personal opinion. The important points that Amrit had here, that it did focus on the high-risk areas, so that was actually part of the nitrate report. The direction in the recommendation from the state board was that this was not intended necessarily to be universal nitrogen tracking, but nitrogen tracking in a high-risk area. That was later linked to, in the recommendation from the state board, the high-risk maps that were proposed to be put out, and the State Water Board last Tuesday held an information item on those, and I can go into those in more detail later. But in essence, I would sum it up to say that a lot happens in a year, and when that recommendation was written in the state report, that there was different times and different places. And so looking at where people have progressed now, especially this regional board and the coalitions that you have under order, that we would probably say that the addressing those are largely being covered from your vulnerability areas that you're establishing in your areas, and not necessarily there's a need for a statewide map that represents where to go. The intent when we wrote that in the original report was that there was some necessary desire to narrow it and focus, and not just say we want a nitrogen tracking system on every farmer in every place in California, but where would it be most important? And I think the times have progressed and we're actually beyond what that recommendation had value of. There is still value in addressing the high-risk maps, and the state board's asking staff to look at that further as far as assessing where people should be concerned about drinking water and how do we represent to those people that can look at that specifically.
Darren, I'm sure you've heard it many times before, but it was back in some of the original language. How did you address doing the tracking on a total mass basis?
Yeah, so actually I think there's a slide in here that does a little bit of that,
Okay.
that when we get, there's some details here. If I don't get to it at the end, definitely tell me. So out of the recommendation comes this, these layerings, right? So the data tracked by growers all the way through, then the representation, status, and trends at the State Water Board. So there's a nice pyramid. It's going to come up here in a graphic that kind of demonstrates that. And there was a lot of time spent clarifying that, what a grower needs to track to then report is different than what, then goes to different levels. With the clarification that, as with all our regulatory programs, if we need it, we have the ability to go get that detailed information. That was made quite evident. But instead of just throwing everything at us, blending it down and then allowing us to focus on the important areas was kind of key. And so you can see that the intent of the graphic is to represent that, a grower has to track a lot more type of information just to be able to give an accurate reporting, but all of that doesn't necessarily have to come along, and as you get to be able to summarize and represent that. So here's an example of the recommendation about what the growers would track. You can see it's pretty detailed, and this, I should also note that the recommendations here are not an operable system. It's more the characteristics that should be recommended to be present in a system. There would have to be more work associated with actually getting into the details associated with it, but I think it lays a very good outline and structure recommendation associated with what ought to be anticipated. I think this correlates pretty closely with, in fact, it should, because one of the major influences on this was the East San Joaquin order adopted by this board. A lot of the materials that they had been working on at that point were part of the presentation to the task force group and represented, I think, by the material you see here.
So that leads right into the question I had is, how does this sort of overlay into what we're doing with the Irrigated Lands program? Is this in addition? Is this, how are we going to implement this, or is it duplicative? I'm not sure I get how this sort of lays out.
Yeah, so in essence, the way I see this is, since a lot of it's copied from activities that have already done by orders in your board, it in essence kind of validated the approach that this board was taking in having data collected at individuals that will then flow up to coalitions that you've established through your orders. They will then summarize and winnow that information and present to the board information that the board staff and the board can enact upon. So it very closely ties in with the direction that you've been heading. It may add some little nuances here or there in their recommendations of things that came out, but largely, as I see it, it's very close to what you're doing.
So a grower in one of our coalitions would or wouldn't, is it envisioned to have additional requirements because of where this is headed?
No, so this is merely a recommendation,
right,
on a statewide level. I think certainly, it's for your board to view and then incorporate as you see fit in your regulatory process. It's certainly no mandate upon the board to follow.
And the state board's not going to follow up with a mandate, or? I've not been given that direction to do that in any stretch. So no, I think the intent is that this would be put out there and see how it goes and make a recommendation.
And this is a report of this panel from California Food and Ag.
Right.
When's the state board panel going to start meeting? What are they going to be doing in relation to
Oh,
this?
you like to jump ahead on me. That's the second time.
Is that the next slide? Keep going. I'm sorry.
Actually, that's the next presentation because I was here to talk about that as soon as
okay.
as soon as I quit being
I'm sorry.
CDFA. Well, that's
I'm
all right.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, no problem. This one's getting close to done. Amrith is windy. He's windier than I am. I got less slides in mine. You can see then that when you do the data elements up to the next level, the data growers, or the aggregators, excuse me, it starts to, start to focus in a little bit different. And here's some more about the reporting. It was really intended to be this annual reporting, further aggregation scales set by the water board, aggregation data performed by qualified professionals. So, it's really kind of a professionalizing. And again, this was really, it's different language because I didn't want to say do the coalition like Region 5's doing it, but in essence, it's the same exact approach that you guys are following. So then, as it goes to the state board, the intent then is that you get, trends of nitrogen applied and harvested in a overall approach to allow a mass balance to take place on a watershed type scale. And that was kind of the key. There was a lot of talk about how to incorporate that or not incorporate that, and a lot of concern about the assumptions that have to go into doing a mass balance, because while we can measure some of the inputs and some of the outputs, the gross ones, there are many outputs that are difficult to quantify and take some assumptions associated with that you have to
Well, even
understand.
storage, and you do have storage within the.
Yep, there's storage.
Even if you keep it within the root zone, you have storage within the root zone, and it'd be quite extensive to have to quantify that for a particular field.
Yeah, I know in the long term, the stuff I've read, when you're addressing storage, they tend to, for ease of calculation and understanding the model, they tend to assume that once you've reached a state of equilibrium, the storage stays the same. But that over a short term would not necessarily hold true. And so you can have varying. But as you're tracking on a watershed scale, you're also going to have some time, your temporal time will be pretty large too as well. And so you can start to make some assumptions on a gross scale that hopefully will pan out as we start to track the data.
But another part of this is if it's not going past the root zone, or if we can minimize the amount and quantify that going past the root zone, a lot of the problem goes away. And but that can only be accomplished with good water management.
Well, funny you mentioned that. To take on a slight tangent, that was a discussion that came up at the task force. Obviously, it wasn't part of their charge per the recommendation report. And so there was quite a bit of discussion towards the end about how water management plays a very important role. And I think everybody agreed to leave that as the missing piece at the moment associated with it, since they were really asked to just look at a tracking system for nitrates. But when it comes to management practices, absolutely, then the water factor came in. A lot of people mentioned that, and so I think that's open for future discussion.
There was a lot of discussion around that, Dr. Longley, because and the thing is because the question kept coming up, especially from Darren and I, that how do you take this information and convert it into whether it's impacting groundwater or not, and that in this data that they're tracking in and of itself isn't going to tell us that. It's all this other information linked to it. And if you look at the list of what should be tracked by growers, at least irrigation method was included. But it is something that we're going to have a bigger discussion about, and probably linked to the other task force that Darren will be heading up.
I think the water part is a big part of this, and I think the panel that we have next meeting hopefully will be able to address some of those issues. I don't know if you're aware or not, but Doug Parker, UC California, is put a panel together to come in and talk to us about.
Great. Yes, I think being an ag engineer from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, I certainly was trained that water was a key aspect of that from the beginning. So I think it's rising up on everybody's radar, definitely.
Very good. Juice.
So State Water Board status and trends report, this is the final level. This was intended that, there would be some ability from this type of tracking system to then get an overall grasp of whether we're doing the right thing and how our overall programs are rolling in, and hopefully start to see that, obviously recognizing that when we're talking about groundwater, we have, extended time frames associated with being able to see changes.
I guess that the mass balance issue is one that I continually have questions over because a certain amount of that is volatilized. And how good are the methods for estimating the amount of volatilization that takes place, whether it's as molecular nitrogen or if it's as NOx, some NOx compound. And
Yeah, I think the question, and I personally don't even know. I mean, I follow that same train of thought, and the question I start to get in, certainly there's the knowing it, but then there's also the question of, is it of a big enough magnitude that it's going to affect an overall management approach? I think personally, and that's a personal opinion now and unvalidated, that from this mass approach, that those type of losses, if we make a estimate, an educated estimate about it based on some studies, and it may vary per different climate zones and stuff like that, but that'll give us certainly a good enough approach at the beginning to have an understanding to be able to kind of come into this in a management aspect. We'll be within an error range that will give us valuable information, so it's not wasted to go down this path. You can certainly, though, follow the argument that if you don't know it exactly, then you don't know the exact answer, and I kind of back up and say, but if I know it close enough, I think it's valuable from a management standpoint.
if you're in a system where you're using inorganic nitrogen and you have minimal, what you need to grow your plants, but a minimal amount of carbon present, it may be minimal. I don't know that. But if you're in a system with high organic nitrogen content, with a lot of organic nitrogen there, and you've got a lot of bugs working, then I think there's a significant probability that it can be I hate to use the same word twice, but it can be a significant amount of nitrogen going off in the gaseous form.
Yeah, I would say you're correct, and some of the studies I've read indicate that as well, and that's kind of one of the reasons I think in the mass balance approach, if you go back a couple slides, we were looking at, there was asking them for what type of material they're applying, organic or inorganic, because there may be a difference associated with that, and then we have to account for those type of variances when you're doing a overall mass balance.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Well, I have a question probably for Joe or for Pamela. And that question stems from all of the orders that we have adopted to date have some sort of provision in there that says that we will reconsider the orders once we hear back from the CDFA and the State Board panel. But, just based on this presentation, are there any significant changes that we see that we will need to make to the orders?
I don't see significant. There may be some additional information we asked them to track as a result of this, but pretty much it was sort of an endorsement of the Region 5's approach through this task force.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I wasn't unhappy about it. But I do want to make it clear that from my listening to everyone and learning, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns out there, and there's a lot of information not available for the growers, and so it's going to be a tough job at first, and it's going to be some gross estimations at first until we can get the research and other things done that's needed to help us to refine the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not an exact science. That's a definite known at this point. So.
Yeah, well, it is somewhat a natural system, so it's difficult to
Yeah,
exact that.
the fun of biological systems, definitely. I think this was about it here. Oh, they did want to, in summary, they show the processes here that went from the purpose identified to the final steps. And I think that's it. So I'm going to switch over to my PowerPoint. So of the 15 recommendations, we covered recommendation number 11. Recommendation number 15 was basically, and this is the same slide as Amrithad, but recommendation 14, already forgetting the number, was to ask an expert panel to convene for a series of questions, and you can see it, it's number 4 there. So the short sentence was to convene a panel of experts to assess existing agricultural nitrate control programs and develop recommendations as needed to ensure that ongoing efforts are protective of groundwater quality. Certainly at the time we were doing this report, there was a lot of questions about, we had different regional boards with their orders going a whole bunch of different ways, and certainly everybody exploring this whole new regulatory field and experimenting with that. And there was thought that it would be helpful to have someone come in at this point and give us some opinions, obviously expert opinions about what they see good and bad about everybody's efforts on this. And so in essence, the expert panel idea was convened from that. There was also in the recommendation report the sub-bullets there of the specific areas that the panel, topical areas, should consider when we put it together. So you can see it's a pretty big run through from groundwater monitoring and should there be BMPs and tracking and reporting, which was covered under recommendation 11 that we just went through, and that obviously will go to the panel as a recommendation directly, and all the materials from the task force work. So it was asking, it's a pretty big charge, really. So what we anticipate from the panel, is recommendations to the regional board's irrigated lands regulatory programs. We're asking, it's kind of, I guess akin in some sense, not totally accurately, but kind of a peer review to get a second opinion from a doctor or something like that to bring in, some outside stuff. We all work very hard on this. We all certainly develop a lot of information about it. We get exposed to a bunch of stuff, but it's always invaluable to, do a check once in a while and see what someone else thinks of our good work and how that fits, and get kudos where we're good and recommendations on how to improve, because we know we can always do that, and these are always evolving programs. And I want to be clear that obviously this expert panel, the recommendations will be just that. We're asking a panel to give us recommendations. There is no regulatory thing that's carried by that. Obviously, this is not a water quality policy of the State Water Board, but certainly it'll be out there in the public domain for us and the State Board and everybody to do an assessment of their irrigated lands regulatory programs, and hopefully it provides some value. I know from past type of expert panels the State Board's held, there's always some good and some bad and some you're not quite sure you understand, and but it's a good part of the process as we roll things forward. So the way the expert panel is going to be implemented is I have a contract with the Irrigation Training and Research Center to provide support for the expert panel, and basically we will go through the formation of the expert panel and advisory committee, and I've kind of made sure that this is highlighted the two difference there to draw a distinction from the fact that there will be an expert panel of invited experts. We also have an advisory committee that we've formed, and they actually met Monday of this week for their first meeting, that will help try to advise. That's open invitation. Anybody can attend the advisory committee. I believe we had about 35, 40 individuals come on Monday to start that. If someone would like to join us later, that's welcome as well. They're giving us input on how to word the questions. It was probably my biggest takeaway from Monday's workshop was that, you think you understand a sentence, but as soon as 5 other people read it, you get, 3 different opinions on what it meant. And that's important, right? Going to a panel and giving them specific questions is kind of the tricky part, and can really set up the value of a panel and how they answer those. So you want to get them off on the right track. You want everybody to agree, as best we can, that we understand the question. We may not agree with it, but at least we can read it the same way and stuff like that. And so that's a very valuable role. Also, the advisory committee will play a role when the draft report comes out from the expert panel. If there is the ability of a advisory group across the stakeholders to provide some consensus type comments, certainly an expert panel is going to take that with some cachet associated from the myriad of questions they will certainly get across the spectrum from all the different stakeholders.
Is this advisory committee, are their meetings going to be broadcast?
We had not broadcast them to date, no. It was more of come to the room and participate with us. The expert panel, I think when their meetings are, we're going to be able to webcast one of the public meetings of the expert panel, but they won't also always be broadcast. It's kind of which room we end up in.
Dr. Longley, Clay attended the meeting on our behalf.
Sometimes it's just nice to be able to bring it up and watch it from
Yes.
your office.
Yes. Yeah, the advisory committee is certainly a bit like making sausage in a way. You know, it's ideas thrown out and people having a conversation, so it'd be a little bit hard to track, different than a regular meeting. But we can see if we can arrange that in the future.
Thank you.
This here's so as a straw man, we put out a recommendation on 8 different experts, categories of experts that we thought we would like to have come. We're certainly open at this point as well to comments associated with, you know, is this the right number of experts? I did leave an allowance in the contract to have up to 10 individuals. You can't have too big a group. It gets a bit cumbersome at some point. And I worked with CDFA to come up with this. And, you know, it's a struggle because different versions, early versions when I was doing this, I had, you know, an agronomist from the Central Coast and I'm dealing with, you know, the types of vegetables and row crops they grow there, and someone from the Central Valley and someone for permanent crops. And as CDFA always likes to remind me, the great variety of agriculture we have in California is immense, and covering all the topics is near impossible. So we will do the best we can with this group. We will try to scatter the experts so that they have, you know, some relationship to the different parts of the state and associated with that. But I think this will be a pretty good group to try to give us an approach. And we have been collecting nominations on these from the public. It was a notice sent out by the state board on, and I think we even used one of your Lyris lists as well to try to get that out and get as many nominations as we could. And we're going through the process of going to seat the panel.
You have grower here. I think that should be plural, because I don't think you're going to get the breadth of experience in one person.
Yeah. And we can, that's one of the comments the advisory committee is going to get back to us here shortly is, you know, should we add or have some different approaches there? And again, it's just so hard to get all things covered.
Um,
Can we go back?
no, that's fine. Go
Okay.
on.
So the way the panel members will be selected, just to be clear, is that, so we're receiving nominations per the notice we sent out. The advisory committee has given us some input to consider, and we'll be doing that through Friday of this week. There's, basically, my intent is then that state board staff in conference with regional water boards and CDFA will come up with a short list. So hopefully each category, I'll have 3 or 4 names of people that we would accept, and we'll give that to the contractor to kind of be able to take hands off at that point and let them put together a team, obviously with some guidance associated with how they should try to handle that and stagger that out. So that's will be how we'll actually end up with the final panel. Questions for the panel. So the first bullet there, I want to note that while this whole thing was being drafted, the State Water Board was also working on its petition order for the Central Coast Order. That's the Water Quality Order 2013-101. In that order, the State Board themselves planted questions that they would like answered by an expert panel. So we kind of availed ourselves of the eventuality of this expert panel coming that was already in the recommendation report to the legislature and added on, I think it was like 7 specific questions out of that order. So those will obviously be there front and center. And then the other areas or the topical areas that came from the report from the legislature, the contractor was charged with doing a series of interviews throughout the state of different key ag folks, and they've done that and compiled a list of questions. We've sent out a public notice asking for submission of questions. The advisory committee has kicked in, and then of course I'll do another final round through the regional water boards and CDFA to try to get down to questions. At this point, my list of possible questions is about 5 pages double-sided. Obviously, I'm not going to turn that over to a panel. It'll have to be winnowed down. Fortunately, I think a lot of those, you know, are subject areas that we can condense and make 6 or 7 questions into one specific one that will try to cover the breadth of the intent of all the questioners as best we can.
I guess, and maybe I'm being paranoid on this, your very first question here, the first sub-bullet, the basis upon our establishment of coalitions and how we've charged the coalitions for its own good reasons is different than what Region 3 in many aspects. And I guess my concern is that if the questions out of this water quality order is to drive the process by any chance, that it be informed by the differences between what's happening in Region 3 and what's happening in Region 5. I don't want to be bound by conditions that don't apply to this region.
Understand. The expert panel, and I'll make you a deal. At the end, I did put a slide of the 7 questions that are from the water quality order. When we get there, we can jump to those to see what they are. My memory is that none of them are specific to a coalition, that's really a policy question that we wouldn't ask experts necessarily. Certainly, it's a policy discussion going on between the different boards
beyond the
and the state
coalitions.
board.
It's what we are requiring for compliance.
Okay. Well, we'll look. I'll pop those up so that people can
appreciate
see
it.
those. I kind of anticipated that you'd go there, so
Thanks.
you're welcome. I know you too well. Let's see. So the process of the panel will be. We're already compiling a whole bunch of materials that these poor experts are going to have to try to sort through, and it'll be more than they can actually consume, but at least we'll basically say they have the breadth of materials ready there for them. They're then going to have an ambitious week, May 5th. It'll be the first time they get together. There may be a meeting on actual May 5th in San Luis Obispo, which would be the first meeting of the panel to just get to know each other and talk amongst themselves and technical discussion. I should note that all these meetings will be open to the public and follow the Public Meetings Act. Just because of Water Quality Order 2013-101, and in fact that they called for this panel, we're treating this as an official subcommittee of the State Water Board and therefore following the Open Meeting Act requirements associated with that. So all meetings will be noticed, public can attend anytime there's a quorum of the panel, and the May 5th. May 6th will be then the meeting, the second day. That will be for public comment specifically to try to take a broad breadth of public comment about the questions. And the questions will have been noticed as well, so people will have those as well to come to the panel and provide an opinion or places they ought to look or things they ought to think about as they're contemplating that. May 7th in Tulare, May 9th in Sacramento. The draft report from this panel then would be proposed to be released on June 30th. The panel could convene meetings at their discretion after that. Of course, they will be publicly noticed as well so that the public may attend. The public comment period for the draft report then would be the month of July. We'll hold another public meeting on July 18th to take comment during that period, and then it's anticipated that a final report to the State Water Board meeting on September 23rd.
I'd like to have a copy of this, but would it be possible to get a digital copy of your slide presentation?
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys
Other
have it
board
here.
members may want that also.
So the advisory committee so far has helped us focus questions. We're getting input on experts from the panel. They're going to help us review the draft report, and I'm sure I kind of left it open that they can assign other roles to themselves as well. It's important to me to have that aspect of it, that it's not just the water boards convene an expert panel, but to provide input to the public and try to have that avenue as best we can while still keeping it a true expert panel process. So we've done an initial notice and a kickoff. We've already got these a bunch of recommendations in. We're still taking recommendations until this Friday, and also questions from the expert panel. And I had questions here, but here are the questions from Water Quality Order 2013-101. Scanning to see if it had anything about coalitions and if I was right or wrong. And I don't see anything there. It was much more specific to monitoring or nutrient balance type of stuff that you would propose to an expert panel.
The third bullet does make asking for a judgment relative practices in Region 3 and Region 5.
Yes, that was related to the receiving water discharge versus direct discharge, monitoring of direct discharges off of fields. So the order remanded several, or didn't remand, but actually removed several parts of the monitoring program proposed by Region 3. It also made a citation that it recommended a receiving model program very similar to taking place in the Central Valley, but it left with a question for experts to validate that that was a good approach to take.
Staff have any issue with these questions? Clay's not sitting up straight,
Yeah.
so he
And
has no
keep in mind as well that these are like guaranteed 7. There'll be more than this, and probably some refinements. That'll be sub questions that go along with this as well.
Okay, good. Any question, comments?
Question?
No questions, but thank you. That was informative, and you stepped into lurch to cover for a colleague, so
hopefully
we
it
always
looks-
appreciate that.
hopefully we covered that pretty well.
I would just say that it's reassuring to know that, you know, what we've been working on and what we've been sort of working with the regulated parties on is something that's going to lead to something concrete. I know they were worried that we were going to give them, you know, diverging kinds of things to consider, but this is really reassuring. So thank you to everybody who had the foresight and who puts in the time to work on this stuff. So thanks.
Well, we still have to get through the second panel and their evaluation, but at least in terms of tracking and reporting, we seem to meet what that expert panel had to say, but who knows what this expert panel will have to say about that panel. So.
Yeah, and kind of foreshadowing back to your earlier question, Dr. Longley, I think this expert panel is going to, you know, make a big point about water usage. If I was going to put money on the table right now, irrigation and water management associated with things will probably be one of the criticisms they give us is, you know, we focused on nitrates a lot, and importantly enough, we have. But how, and I also myself struggle on how actually then to incorporate that into a regulatory program that gets into a whole other
regional network of monitoring wells, but the other thing is, quite frankly, if you go look at what the almond growers, at least those that gave Pamela and Jenny and myself a tour a couple of years ago, are doing, I mean, they know how much water they're putting on. They're measuring the water that's going onto the field very closely. They have moisture probes out there to ensure that the nutrients are staying in the root zone. In addition to that, they're doing the leaf analysis, which, you know, it's very extensive, and obviously that might show up in that kind of management plan may show up in some of the BMPs, but it's not something that we're just right out of the chute mandating. But in fact, some of these things might happen if this water shortage continues, as we think it will. Not this group, but many of us that are in the water field think this is going to be a continuing.
So during the expert panel, Dr. Longley, for CDFA panel, some of the two biggest issues raised by the grower representatives was the fact they don't want to report water use.
I know they didn't,
and they don't want to have to report yield.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know that, but I think that.
And so I think politically in this expert panel, others will help us get over that.
I do appreciate that, but I also think that the drought itself and the continuing water shortage is going to make
push them into that.
Changes in practices just so they can stay in business.
Yeah, it may push them into that, but still without any reporting or really management of that.
Yeah.
So we still won't know how groundwater is impacted by it. There has to be a mechanism to track it.
Yeah, and I guess as I would be, you know, wouldn't be able to wear my ag engineering shingle without cautioning that, you know, I can find an instance of drip irrigation that's actually more wasteful because it's misapplied than, you know, a basin flood. So you have to be very careful about, you know, making broad assumptions, especially
I
different
can
crops
show
and
you
stuff.
drip that has a uniformity coefficient of 30%.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we often fall into that. I got to do better, and a lot of them are struggling, and we think we know the tools, and it gets really complex super fast. And so I can appreciate why this is going to be an area that we're going to have to work closely with groups to try to figure out what the best approach for everybody is on it.
I guess my question is the role for regional boards. I presume it's in the advisory committee, and we have staff. We have staff that's planning on attending, and perhaps Clay is our lead.
I don't. Joe, did you attend as well?
Not this past one.
Yeah, well, Joe's a little busy with this meeting, but so Clay attended on Monday, and I'm assuming Joe and Clay will probably participate in the future meetings as well.
Yeah, and really it's, you know, we're a water board family, so all the regional boards are going to participate. They're certainly welcome to be an advisory committee, and I have them in that role so that they're there to participate with the other stakeholders. But, that this isn't just the state board cooking this up. I will be consulting with all the regional boards as we go along to provide input to them and stuff. So it's a broad effort. It's not just us trying to figure out stuff. It should be everybody in the water board family.
And maybe one of the reasons also to get this thing up on broadcast is some of fellow board members in Southern California I know have in the Imperial Valley area have an interest of what's happening here, and for them to come up to meetings is pretty difficult. So in the sake of good dissemination of what's going on,
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Any further comments, questions? Darren, as usual, you did an outstanding job. Thank you. Before we close business, is there anything else we must discuss?
I just, if,
Oh, well, you stood up earlier. Go on up, David. I'm sorry, I should have asked for comments from the public.
David Corey, confused as to who I'm representing at the moment. I think I'll just go with myself. In listening to the nitrate panel and looking at irrigation and that sort of thing, I just wanted to bring up what we've discussed in CV salts to some extent, what I see as potential conflict in management practices for controlling salts in the root zone and nitrates. And what I'm concerned about is that in the nitrate panel we'll be so nitrate centric in that approach that we'll forget some of the other issues that we're dealing with. And we got to figure out how we can not only irrigate in a way that we don't degrade the groundwater, but also can maintain the salinity in our root zone and don't salt up the root zone and put ag out of business altogether. So I think you know that, but it hadn't been brought up, and we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that and not just look at nitrates at the expense of everything else.
Darren mentioned he had some flexibility. I think it was with your advisory committee.
Yeah, so, the expert panel's charged with kind of coming in under the guise of the nitrate report, but I anticipate that, really we're charging them with, a lot of the questions will be irrigated lands program in general. When you're looking at monitoring programs and stuff like that, we're not excluding that they can only give us comments on nitrate. And I think also, kind of to David's comment, if you look at the panel makeup, it's practicing ag folks, and I don't think they're going to try to run themselves out of business. So I definitely.
Well, I guess my question is, and I'll just ask it as a question: should we have a representative CV Salts on that group?
Oh, as an expert, or on the advisory committee? Certainly, the advisory committee. Well, there's several people there. Tess was there. Bruce was there. So we have CV Salt people that are participating with CV Salts on the advisory committee now.
And is Tess on the advisory committee?
Yes, she showed up. I mean, certainly there's no formal.
Okay.
You're a member of the advisory committee. It's if you come, you're a member of the advisory committee, and I think we had quite a few people there that were.
And what about the expert panel? Because when you get into, yeah, I'm glad you raised the question, David. When you get into salt management, you want to make sure that it's compatible with what we're doing with nitrate and vice versa.
Yeah, I think that question's there. I'd already anticipated that, that would be a component. And certainly as I envision the expert panel's work, I don't think they will, focus so much on nitrates that they exclude the practicalities associated with it. In fact, part of my reason of selecting the Irrigation Training Research Center is they are focused on a broad range of activities associated with irrigation and fertilizer management.
And they're located at SLO, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
I would hope as an expert panel that if they're going to be looking at potential recommendations and solutions, that they actually analyze the pros and cons and potential impacts, so that they would know that even though this on the appearance looks like a great solution, it can't be recommended because of these other impacts that could occur.
Well, I would hope so. I just want to make sure that input's there.
Yeah, and that's really what I expect that will happen. And I know that all the ag folks who are involved in CV salts are going to be active in that process. But I just wanted to raise that basic conflict in front of the board. So I don't know if all of you have thought about it in the past or not, because thankfully or at least luckily for all of you, you don't show up to every CV Salts meeting and endure that. Unlike the executive officer and Carl. So,
I would think that probably the president of the Central Valley Sunday Coalition should attend those meetings if we could talk with him.
yeah, when you have time, try and get a hold of him.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else we need to say?
I just thought it's under board member communications, if we could just chat a little bit with the board members here on this email.
Sure, we'll go back to board
Consent.
member communications, which was what, item 2 or 3?
And I sent an email out to all the board members. Now, we have 2 members who have state board addresses now, and I have not been very diligent in getting all the information I send to Ms. Moffett over to her state board, but Member Costantino has a state board email address, so he gets everything sent there. I sent out the issue paper developed by Michael Laufer and the issues associated with maintaining your own individual email addresses, and the fact, especially for you, Ms. Ramirez, that it opens your whole email up to disclosure in the event of a lawsuit, and the fact that we can't manage or maintain the policy for only a 90-day retention policy we have with the state board. So, and Dr. Longley, I know you want to talk to Alex about your university email address, but there is, if maintaining your own individual email address has some disadvantages as a board member. You're giving up a little bit of your privacy in the event that a public disclosure request is added, and that has to be accessible.
My university is public, so, and I guess my issue is just a practical one. I have 3 email accounts now, and the third one I seldom look at. It's a struggle to look at my personal email account on a daily basis, and I follow the university routinely, sometimes on an hourly basis. And so, you know, if things are sent to me on an email account that I'm not tracking routinely,
Well, it would
that's an issue.
require a change of practice, so you would look at that, but I mean, it's entirely up to you.
I
We're
know.
presenting you the recommendation from the chief counsel with the office at the state board is that we do set you all up with state board email accounts. I mean, in the past, it used to not be that big of a deal. Everything came through the executive assistant, everything, email requests, letters, meetings, but the dynamic of the board and it's morphed now where individuals will contact you directly. So, you know, it would be nice if all that communication was retained at the state board website and meeting the retention policy requirements so that they're readily available in the event a public disclosure request is made, and without having to open up your personal email accounts for the public.
So can I ask a question of Alex? Like Carl, I have a personal email account, a water board email account, my personal work email, and I check my work email by the minute or whatever when I'm on the clock, but you know, when I'm not sleeping. But the water board email is especially before a board meeting, I'll check it daily, but otherwise it might be weekly. And I know Kieran sends notes to me about scheduling and whatnot, and CC's my assistant, who doesn't have a water board email account. I don't know if that opens up a can of worms, because my assistant obviously looks at the email much more frequently than I do. So it's for a practical point of view. You know, if you want to get a hold of me, you can either email me my other account or email my assistant. So maybe it's something we should talk about, but I don't know how that plays into
Well, I
it.
usually, if I have an urgent request, I'll just ask you to look at your state board email address. You can answer that. I'm assuming that opens up your assistant's email to public records requests as well, but.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of that practice and emailing your assistant. I've actually done that myself to get a hold of you because, yeah, sometimes you're just not able to check your water board account. Unfortunately, it seems as if and I haven't reviewed the memorandum from the chief counsel yet, and I haven't had a chance to really think about these issues yet, but it appears that the same kind of concern over access to, inviting a request to see all the information in those private email accounts might be raised by including an assistant, outside of the water board domain on an email. Those same sorts of issues, I believe, are present when compared to board members using their personal email accounts. So that's an issue that I think I can add to the list of follow-ups.
Great, thank you.
You can access the State Board website via your web and using your smartphone if you have access to your laptop or at your office. And so there are ways to check your email pretty easily from the state system, and once you have a State Board email address.
Yeah, but as you know, if you have a primary email account that's your push account, you hit vibrates every time you get an email, whereas you have to physically go and remind yourself, okay, I haven't checked my water board email. So not that I'm discouraging, I think there should be a separation. And then if you need to get a hold of me, you have my cell, you can always text me and say, check your email, or send an email that says, go check your other email. That way there's this segregation. But if Alex follows up, then I'll follow up on my end as well, and we'll see
Yeah,
where
you
this
need
goes.
to check the texting too of the impact that has. But in my case, Alex, my primary email account is a public agency. So how does that enter into it?
Again, that would be something, one of my to-do lists. I haven't had a chance to even think
Okay.
about the issue at all.
I have a question. What if I have set up a water board's email account, however, aside from the time I set it up, I have not looked at it. So
That explains
not
why.
not
No.
boding well for my for that practice. But is it possible to have emails forwarded from the water board's email account to your regular email, or would that still open up that can of worms that it would, just so that if you just had it automatically forwarded to your regular email account, then at least I'm aware that an email is going in there, and to check there
I would
to
say
reply.
that opens it up, but that's another
I think
thing
the
on your
problem,
to-do list.
by the way, your practice, I'm afraid that'll be my practice. And
I think it was 3 months ago too.
Yeah, and I think the issue obviously that comes up is if you do a reply, and it would then be out of your work or private email account.
Well, it would be a reminder that,
Yeah,
or a
you
heads
had
up that I
something.
had an email, and then I would go into the water
Yeah,
board's email
right.
to reply.
Well,
But I don't know.
I know it's hard to learn new practices, but sometimes just doing it makes it a habit. So we can easily set up reminder messages to you to please check your State Board email, but I don't, especially the attorneys on our board, I really don't, and because of the firm you're with, Member Costantino, I'm sure you do not want your private email address opened up for public disclosure. And Dr. Long, you have a unique situation, but you
And have
use
you
your
also,
business one,
you
Member
talk
Moffett,
about,
and that's kind of concerning
you talk
too.
about learning new things, but have you ever heard about how difficult it is to teach old dogs new tricks?
But Dr. Longley, you're such a smart, intelligent man.
Flattery gets you nowhere.
Well, for me, it's a really important issue, so I'm totally up for changing my practice in order to protect my private email. So
Right.
if you, who do I contact to get that started?
We'll get that set up for you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And we'll have at the March 27th, Alex will respond to all these questions.
Thank you.
And Alex, just if on their iPhone we set it up so that it's on the phone, does that? It's a follow-up question for you. Does that open up the phone and what's on the phone as well, or is it just the account? Because otherwise, I wouldn't set it up on my phone. I'd go in through.
Because that's a private phone, and I know that
It's just
staff has phones from
it's just
water
using
boards.
the phone to access your email through the web, through the internet. So I don't know I guess you have to ask that question.
Well, but
I don't
I think
that
I
then
could I
opens
think I could
your
set up for
phone.
another account, right? But anyway, that's
Right, so you're talking about, yeah, whether your ability to access the water board domain through your phone all of a sudden opens up every email service that you can access
right.
through your phone.
Yeah, you could ask. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
That seems a little far-fetched, but you know how lawyers are, maybe it's, it's not so far-fetched.
Any further questions or comments? Well, we stand adjourned until the 27th of...
The 27th and 28th is our next regularly scheduled
Exactly,
board meeting.
27th and 28th of this month.
Because of the, I believe Thursday, on the 27th, we begin at 9 o'clock on Thursday, 8:30 on Friday. And it may be a long meeting.
Thursday.
Both days.
Okay.